Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, blah blah. Yep. Blah blah. Yeah. Hang on. There. Just trying to fix what I have, whatever I have as a mustache. Bleh. 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 Ooh, excuse me. I don't know what's happening today with me, honestly. Where is GrantZeebs? I don't know who GrantZeebs is, but GrantZeebs is here. It's me. I'm here. I don't know what's happening with me today, cause like, thank you for the Hyper Himbo Sir Dragon. I'm tired. I think that's where I am right now, but it's like, it's not like a tired where it's like, oh, I've slept for like blah blah blah. Like, I'm not tired from like not sleeping like 2 or 3 days kind of tired. It is like it's this weird sort of like mental tired. Immediately Hyper Himbo for Macro March. Thank you for doing that. I was meant to do something for Macro March. I was meant to create something, but I never got around to like properly doing it. Like, I had the idea of using like the bigger like command or something like that, so then that way, like, you know, you had the Hyper Himbo go off at first, and then there was the opportunity of it, like, you know, forcing me to get even bigger than the normal size. But yeah, I just couldn't get the logistics in my head. Oh, hi there, Dekus! Hello, Dekus! Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing alright. I see Furry Heroes was in there. Yeah, how was Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth? I see they've changed, like, the name, like, because it was Yakuza Like a Dragon. So I guess they're now dropping the Yakuza, because technically speaking, did I upgrade Twitch? What do you mean, did I upgrade Twitch? I haven't done anything with Twitch. Hi there, Dekus, or Squanch. Hi, nice to meet you. Hope you're doing alright. Also, am I, like, yeah, no, I'm at, like, an appropriate distance away. Hi there, Zilch. But yeah, like, I don't know what's gotten over me, where I am just mentally, I'm just mentally and sometimes, like, creatively exhausted now. Like, I don't want to think. I don't want to do, like, anything, and, like, some days, when I want to go to sleep, I have, like, a pain in, like, my lower right side, and I feel like that causes, like, the add-on effect on, what's-a-mahuzi? The add-on effect of, just not sleeping right or something, and that's, like, what's doing it for me. So I'm getting my sleep and everything like that, so I'm not physically tired, but then mentally I'm just, like, boom, just empty, brain empty. Thank you for the pixelation. Yeah, we left it on a huge cliffhanger. Oh, did you now? Doing Like a Dragon was the original tie, which they're using for. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like how Biohazard was the original title for the Resident Evil series, but it got translated to Resident Evil when it went over to the West. And it wasn't until Resident Evil 7 that we got Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, and then over in Japan it was Biohazard 7 Resident Evil. Oh my god, lately I've been like that too, wanting to sleep early and just not wanting to do anything beyond my usual cleaning. Yeah, basically that, Capcom fan. I'm not a Capcom fan. I am just very much... This is the thing about me, is that... maybe it's because of the autism, but I have an approximate knowledge on a lot of things. So it's like, I don't know 100% on a lot of things, but it's like, I have a 50% chance of knowing half the things out there. Is what it's, like, kind of come down to and such. So, the thing of, like, oh, the Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth thing, I thought it was Yakuza Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, like, how, technically speaking, Jedi, like, Star Wars Jedi Survivor Fallen Order was, you know, that's the first title, but then, so you go to, but then they drop the Star Wars, and they just call it, Jedi, like, Outcast or something like that. But no, it looks like they just changed the name from Yakuza and kept it to Like a Dragon, like it was in the East. But yeah, like something's weird. Something is honestly weird, and this is so weird that I just want to like take a minute. But it's like mentally I don't want to do anything. Physically I'm not tired though. So like there isn't like a benefit in me, you know, trying to go to sleep early or anything like that. And I made a promise to do this stream. I didn't want to fuck this one up. And I don't, like, oh, am I fucking it up? I don't know. Ah, jeez, fuck! Why do you do this to me? You can get that kind of? Fair enough, Zarex. Understandable. Ah, and once again, this is, like, probably my biggest gripe, is the fact that, like those kinds of like things, like, oh, the cactar and the button and like, you know, all those different like camera angles, I can't make it where the camera angle is different depending on the scene that I'm in. I need to somehow make it so that if I'm like, you know, if I'm in this chatting screen or something like that, I have to make it somehow in this chatting screen. It, like, rather than it going, like, to this one, this, like, 3/4 turn, which I reserve for games and such like that, it actually goes to the sort of off-center, like, left side that I got going here. Because, I don't know, I like having the off-center thingamadiggy. Like, granted, there's, like, this crawling text over on the left here that used to be in line with the bookshelf, like, behind it, but ever since I've gone for, like, this different kind of, background that I've not changed like since last year. Oh boy, I am just mentally not there, am I? Body and brain failing to fall asleep or stay awake at random times. Blah 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 blah. Body and brain failing to fall asleep or stay awake at random times. I think what's happening is my mind wants to fall asleep and it has a hard time doing it when my body, like, because of, like, you know, a pain or something, or rather wakes up. And, you know, the short answer for why that is because of a... Hi there, Phantom.
The _Phantom_Master 117 paid me to say go to bed, old man.
Nah, I'm here. I had to do that at least once, and at first I did not have the icon in front of the like the normal Twitch icon. I feel like that would have been like a bit too much. So I was like, all right, you know what? To make it a lot more like parody, Cookie, by the way, for Bookie. Cookie for Bookie. I felt, you know, to make it a lot more parody, I need to put my own emote there rather than the emote that's sitting there currently. And I think, like, when I look at it and such like that, like, I can probably put the video in here. Stream over, everyone go home. Streamer is dead. Streamer might be dead, honestly. Streamer might honestly be dead. Hang on. I thought it was Sorry, I just had to respond to someone. Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. I am having Zeebs as an AI. Oh, Zeebs could be an AI. Maybe that's the you're meeting me, Blue, as I am having these very, like, you know when you have those, like, spiraling, like, problematic thoughts where it's like you kind of have to go through these thoughts in order to, like, work through them, but then you don't work through them, you're just sort of stuck, and then what ends up happening is you then just have even worse thoughts, like, piling onto them and such. Like this all started from me just sort of being like I'm feeling a little tired, and now I'm just, like, mentally going through, like, a fucking spiral. Also, which reminds me, I should probably, like, move into my Zebra streaming channel, so then that way I'm in the Discord for communications and what have you, because I believe Blue was one of the people that said they were interested in this game. No, it didn't say it. Blue did not say they were interested in the Discord. I feel like an absolute idiot. Throwing a fucking Nibiru at me. Got that happening every now and then as well. I wonder if that's just a circumstance of, like, post 2020. Like, you just have, hang on, clip shout out. Get shouted out, Blue. Get shouted out as we now watch you trying to pick a video game.
The mighty JK, like, it was the craziest.
Wait, hang on, I know that voice.
Oh my god, this sounds like the rant of someone that has gone insane in a halfway
I'm there,
house.
aren't I? I'm there. I can
Most
barely
likely,
see
they
me
are
in the
hackers, and they decided to try and crack de novo software and refuse to work with any of the other conglomerated hacker groups.
What story was I talking about then? I do not remember this story. What was I explaining to you? If there's a spot available I'd like to join, there will be a spot available. This is the party game stream. So, I should probably give some clarification. So, first Saturday of the month, I will try to organize a game that is, more inclusive. So there's an opportunity for, friends and viewers to join in and play the game. Now, the last few games we've done have been, so we've done Jackbox one time, Goose Goose Duck, Fortnite I think we did one time. Like, I've tried to go with, like, random sort of games, not, like, sticking to only one game, because, let me be real with you, it would probably be very tempting just making it so it's like, oh, first Saturday of the month is always Jackbox or something, but I wasn't really interested in doing that. Maybe if I was a lot more depressive and just did not care about this platform, maybe I would do that, or maybe if I want to, like, do better on the platform. I don't know whether it's a case of I need to play the same game more often once a month, or I'm doing fine as is, and really it's only a aspect of just not giving a shit anymore if I'm doing the same thing over and over and over again. That kind of, like, there we are again with the insanity spiral that I'm in right now. I believe that was one. Could also spin a wheel for what game to play every Saturday. Maybe. Here's the thing. Here's the current state of where I am as a streamer, I feel, which this is probably going to be like a crazy like, self-obsessive rant, and that, people probably may not want to hear, but this is going to need to be applied for context and what have you. The reason I try and do these plans is because I don't feel like a streamer that, has pull, so to speak. Like, the viewers I have, those of you who are watching me right now, a lot of you, like the Zebra as he is and what have you, and possibly yet, might be like, oh, you're doing great, I absolutely love your model, while they poke my ass and make me hyper himbo and steal my shirt and things. But those that are, I don't feel like I'm encouraging, I don't know, like, engagement or growing the numbers. It's like I feel like I'm stuck in this niche, and it's like any attempts in trying to, like, do the social thing of, like, gaining friends and influencing people kind of thing, like it says on the book, not doing that at all. And I don't think being, like, basically, like, being in purgatory, probably close, It sounds very like it, or maybe one of those like trials in Tartarus or Hades where you're just, you know, destined to do the same sort of task, and you're just like forever ever pushing that boulder up, and really you'd be in worse shape if you don't do it rather than doing it and having to do it again the next day or something like that. So, and like looking at some streamers sometimes is like, you know, you have to see what other streamers are doing, quite frankly, in order to know what's working and what's not working on the platform. And collaborations are one of those ones where, like, through the test of time, because of, like, you know, as demonstrated with, like, you know, the popularity of wanting to join VFers and what have you, collaboration is still an important thing to do. You're not making this easier if you're just objecting to hanging out with anyone and such, or, you know, not making it open for people. It's all part of it. Yeah, Zarix has got it right again. It's all part of networking. You do stream, Zarix? I'm trying to remember if you stream or not, because you're very much touching on the right things that I'm talking about. Curious. No, but you've been thinking about it. Radio. Fair enough. I'm probably not the best person to be listening to right now about it, because I got into this as sort of like an excuse to, you know, still play video games, but not feel like my time is, you know, quote unquote wasted when I do this on the weekend or after work or something like that. But,
Hello.
hi there, Jason. Back to, yeah, so collaborations, networking are very much still like one of the most important things you can do as a streamer on this platform. You're never, like, progression does not help, does not improve with isolation or anything like that. And so this is kind of one of the reasons why I do these party game streams, is it's twofold. Number one is being able, morning Davey boy, I do the party streams for two reasons. Number one is being able to play party games with friends and potentially new people to either to the stream, or, you know, new streamers I've, like, new to me, I should mention as well. So yeah, because, you know, yesterday I was able to play with Valkyrie Nixia, which is actually really fun. I didn't know they were streaming and such, and there's a whole slew of other people that I've learned are now that are also streaming, and I was like, oh, I didn't know they were streamed. It would be nice to play with them and such. So, like, that's the first reason. And then the second reason, which, you know, might be seen as a bit of a, like, morally, maybe it's morally corrupt, I don't know, but the second reason is the obvious answer of, like, if I'm playing games with other, you know, friends and streamers who have, like, their own following or larger following, then that's, like, sort of hitting into that collaboration sort of thing, and there's this chance of, you know, validation in a way where, you know, I'm not just fucking around with the stream with like 3 to 15 people watching me or something like that. It's like, no, I get to, like the streaming is less, it's transitioning from being a filling in the time thing to, like, you know, doing streaming and play, like, having the, what's the phrase? The thing that pops up into my head. Sorry, that took like 3 different words to get there. The thing that's popping up into my head is like how, like, Sherlock Holmes, like in the movie Game of Shadows or something like that. Like, you know, there's this whole thing of him, like, you know, trying to like solve, like, get Moriarty, prove like the whole conspiracy and all this kind of such, and he comments on it, like, sort of being this game nearly, hence why he doesn't just, you know, in a way, like, quote unquote, like, cheat and just get Moriarty out of the picture entirely. No, he wants to like, you know, collect the evidence, do the process, and yada yada. And so there's on that plaque, like, when they think he's dead, where it's just like, you know, Sherlock Holmes of, you know, he played the game for the sake of it. And, like, a little bit of that is kind of how I look into when I'm doing, like, the stream, is that I very much could, you know, Oh my god, I'm thinking of the fucking what's-a-mahoozy, the Orlays from Dragon Age Inquisition as well, how their whole like political advances and the movement of like the courts and the politics and such like that is also called a game, and I absolutely hated that in the realm of like, you know, politics, and when it's like, you know, the stakes are as something as high as like the actual management of countries and kingdoms and states. Gotta love when the brain fog falls in. Yeah, it's not a good time for the brain fog to fall in as well, considering I'm just like stuck in this like very negative sort of space of like, because the short of it is that I'm doing this, I've done it for a few years now, and when there comes moments of quote unquote trying to like sort of not like cash in as in like getting out of the game entirely kind of thing. I feel like cash in as in like I've done these hurdles, I've done these steps, and like sort of like when you reach affiliate and shit like that, for instance, like you do the metrics to get to the affiliate status, you pass that, you're now affiliate, but you still keep going and such. So when I'm trying to do things such as, you know, this and like, you know, some of the other nonsense that goes off, like, in and around the streaming sphere and what have you, there comes these moments where I feel like I failed, and it's... I don't know, like, where the explicit failure is beyond the, like, just beyond the factoid of it gets, of, like, just me being in the equation. It gets to all of us. I suppose it does. I hate this feeling. I really do. I don't, like... I wonder if this is just because of, like, after, like, 20 plus years of, you know, not knowing how to do some stuff socially, but then doing well at, like, you know, the IT, at the games, at the English classes, and then, you know, you go into university, you do well at the classes, and you might be struggling with the friends thingy-majiggy, but you at least get through all that shit, and then you're doing this, where this is very much more prevalent on the networking. It's not about being good at games anymore. I don't think it's ever been about that since you know, esports have been managing the streams themselves rather than like leaving the players to do their streams and shit. Like, we're not going to have the popularity of like Summit and Shroud like being eclipsed by someone playing like Summit and Shroud. We're gonna have the popularity eclipsed because of people doing new things like Dr. Disrespect, where it's an entire caricature, Iron Mouse because of the actual entirely different method in which streaming is done for you, and then like looking into smaller cases such as like all the art streamers from the furry community coming into Twitch rather than just staying in Picardio. Like, that's where it is. Someone posted a TikTok where people focus on one or two things on the spectrum. Either you're very entertaining or you're at the one top percent. That's how I thought about it as well for quite a while about streaming. Like, you just had to do one of those two things. You either had to be entertaining or you had to be at the tippy top of like the competitive industry and such like that. I knew I would never be at like tippy top of the competitive, so I just tried to be entertaining. And this thought of like gamifying the whole, you know, you do your stream, you get your numbers, you get your follows, you get conversations, you get clips, and da-da-da-da-da. And then when there comes moments of trying to cash in, so to speak, on it, such as joining a stream squad or collaborations to, you know, help boost numbers, or joining in on organization of a panel or something like that, and you just get met with, you know, rejection, failure, and then just like, oh, and then the like apathy of like, oh, we kind of don't need you. We've done like everything that needs to be done is done. Where could you go? And so now you just sort of sit here and the only thing you have to show for it is the very like numbers you've been trying to get and such, and it's like, that's not the same. I'd love to collab with others on mine or their streams. You're just a bit shy. Like, I'm sorry to hear that. The brushing off of people has been happening a lot more. Oh. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Ah. Oh, God. I don't get better, but my social anxiety is still there. Okay, real talk, Xerix. Like, there have been... Can I jump into your VC? In like a minute or two, we just had like a really... Sorry, I just had like this really intense, you know, downward spiral moment, and I just saw a moment of like just sort of casting a grappling hook or something like that at this moment. Xerix, the times that you've joined into my VC, because we've been playing Final Fantasy XIV, honestly, that has been I absolutely love when you've been able to join in and do that. I have not caught on to the social anxiety, or like if you ever get like spikes of that, waves or what have you happening to you. I've not like caught on to that. I'm sorry that I haven't, but like I think you've done like I think you've been amazing whenever you've come onto the VC. Like you've struck the right balance of, you know, playing to the strengths of what you have, joining in on the conversation, when to be silent and listen. Like you've done like, granted, this is coming from an autistic person, so who knows like whether this is like the compliment that you want, but you know, I feel like, Xerix, you have done like an amazing job and have socialized very well. I don't like I think the social anxiety, whether it's still there or not, is like, you know, a difficult thing to handle. I don't know if it would ever get easier or harder, or if you just have the tools to combat it, get better. But you know, it's been great. It's been great like having you in the VC whenever you felt like you had the strength to. So if you ever wonder like, oh, was it a good idea joining into the VC that time? It has been. It has been a great experience. I've never thought that it was negative. I've never had a bad thought about you joining into the VC. So, can I jump into I would collab more, but my time is very iffy, and other people say they are busy. Yeah, understandable, Blue. Like, you're like I think as far as I know, like your life runs differently to a lot of other people. Like and I think you've talked about it both on your stream and sometimes here on my stream. Even if you're top one, it's still not enough. A lot of luck of the algorithm, or if you're personable, just streaming and enjoying can't help you and I, but I'm not successful or popular. No, Velk, you're absolutely right. I came to that same conclusion as well. I came to that conclusion, I think a year ago, or maybe even 2 years ago, like after a few months of streaming myself. Like there is the obvious, like you need to have something to get people there, but it's not enough. The streaming, like the streaming lifestyle culture and everything like that, unless you have a team, like an organization, like what some of the VTubers have, you're not just playing video games and doing whatever it is on stream and handling your setup. You're doing like dozens of other things. So, like there are moments, like there might be moments where like one aspect is just absolutely terrible, but streaming is honestly, when everything works, streaming is fun. When everything comes together. So wonderful hanging out with Code, Blue, Sash, Dazzy, and of course Spiky too. Nice! I haven't hung out with Spiky all that often, and I remember thinking I could when I was like playing a little bit of Destiny 2, but that hasn't happened yet. Fat Cat keeps ripping me out of my shell. Nice. Oh, Code, if you're still listening and such like that, you are welcome to join in now if you want. Oh, Blue, are you working right now? Or are you, like, I don't know what... Do you work Saturday evenings? It may be... There we go, there's Code.
I wasn't listening at all to anything you said, so I didn't know when to join. So I'm just joining in now. No, I'm kidding. I was listening.
Yeah. Nice.
Uh,
All right, then, fair enough. I just went through, oh god, like 30 minutes, like just a depressive spiral. I would not be surprised if it was like just.
Oh, mate. I feel you when I get into the ADHD depressive spirals.
Oh, because that's just that's like a record player scratching and going back a few seconds as well, isn't it? It's not a. I am so sorry to hear that.
It keeps going down and down and down and down and down and down, and you get the point.
Sounds like I will. But yeah, you're playing Monster Hunter as well, and you're streaming, aren't you?
I am. So we just rolled for our weapon, and we've ended up with the Greatsword. Funny enough, Jason called it at the last second for Greatsword.
Nice. Okay. Alrighty then.
So we're just having a look at some of the other Greatswords we could build, but right now I'm rocking the brain is on dial-up speed. The Wyvern Ignition Steel Greatsword, which can also be upgraded a little later on if I want. So it's one of those ones I see a lot of people when they do greatswords will build around that greatsword.
Alrighty. Alright, so I'll create an online session. I won't put any
Love the new schedule. Been going to bed soon. Oh, Neko, I hope you're not doing yourself in, mate.
Hi, Blue.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, look, it's the blue thing.
It's a blue fox and sometimes an Vaporeon.
I'm not a Vaporeon.
Do we put the Vaporeon in the jar?
I'll put you into a jar.
You're a jar.
Listen, watch it. There is that one scene where a frog has eaten a Yoshi.
Yeah, well, you're not a frog, so ha.
There's probably a frog around here somewhere.
No, we're not playing Rise, so we don't have like the giant kaiju platypus thingy frog.
Listen, the Great Jagras could do the same.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Playstyle, anyone is welcome. Sorry, I'm just like getting my messages together and such like that.
I really don't bother with those a lot of the time. I just sort of.
I only fix those if I'm hunting specific monsters.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So, oh yeah, because you Blue, are like an expert, aren't you? You're like a cold-blooded monster hunter, aren't you?
Diablos.
I can fight monsters, but I only know how to use 3 of the weapons.
That's okay. I only know like 2, and even then, it's because I look in the top left or right, and it's like, oh, there's the button prompt.
Yeah, it's I've seen Icy hunt. It's always helpful to have Icy around when you're hunting at the moment.
Yeah, sounds
And
good.
I need to add you both to my friends list.
Why you not added to friend list? Why you no friend?
All right, so
Why are you not on my friends list?
private session, online session ID only. So, all right, where's the?
Yeah, so you might want to pop that up. Let me
Copy
see.
session ID. Give me one moment.
See, I can do that on my end too if we need anybody else to join, but I'll leave it on yours just because I don't want randos jumping in from mine. Just because this is your session.
No, understandable, fair enough. But I'm not too worried if you like share the session in your stream as well, because let's be real, I feel like you and I have like a bit of crossover.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll pop it in mine then, just as well. Because most of mine, it's like Xerix, Blue, Angrel. Speaking of Xerix, there he is.
Hi, Xerix. How you doing? Wait, did I put a password on this thing? No, I didn't, did I?
Yeah, no, that's the session ID. That's the only way they'll get in.
Oh, okay, so I basically...
That is the password.
I'm an idiot.
Yes, you are, but we love you for it.
Your
you're
primary
just a
group
himbo.
is fur affinity gamers. Look at hang on.
Who said that?
Look at Code the Yoshi. Their primary group being the Fur Affinity Gamers.
Look, that was because that was the first group I started with when I first got Steam, okay? I wanted a group to
Really?
try and find people.
Well, my first group was Payday 2.
Payday 2 I've actually enjoyed. And like granted, Payday 2 I was playing on like my IRL account, and I was worried like name like, you know, sanctity and shit like that. Then I was like, damn it, I can't play. I want to play Payday 2 on stream. Oh, hello. Is that Code in front of me, or is that someone else?
No, that's a random fiver. Unlike Rise, the only way for you to run into actual people is to meet them over at the Gathering Hub.
Okay. Alrighty, so my primary group, I need to see if I can change it, because the primary group says Deep Rock Galactic, Code the Yoshi is Fur Affinity Gamers, Xerix is Fat Furs, and then we have Blue Foxy Nicey Icy.
Everyone picking on me for being Fur Affinity and fucking Xerix is fatties.
You really want to go there, Code?
Fatty! I always go there!
And I'm just here, you just see my group, the first word you see is like homeless.
I see, change a home, like, hang on a second, let me see if I can, also, view primary group. Oh, it opens up. Change
it's actually really
a homeless
cool that
survival experience.
It's actually really cool that they allow you to do, like, you know, you can actually see what people's groups are.
You can also view their Steam profile as well.
An award-winning homeless survival experience set in a randomly created city with roguelike elements. You explore, survive, earn perks, find items, and kindness, develop your character, and escape to a new life. Over 7 years of development and 200 updates so far. Have I just waltzed into, like, a gem of a game or something where it's like, oh, like, just roguelike elements in a city builder?
How have I not ended up in this group, by the way? Fat Furry's group. Like, how have I not ended up in this group? It feels like something people should have been inviting me to.
You know what? Things get worse when you start looking at other people's guild cards.
Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
Can I? Alright,
Especially
send
with some
guild card.
Thanks.
Oh, that's why Spiky runs this group. I'm having words with that cat.
You're just sort of like, damn it.
I mean, I could get him over here right now.
Man, I'm looking at
No.
Xerix's guild card. I'm like, what is this weeaboo shit?
Oh,
That
wow,
weeaboo
what-
shit is style,
what
bitch.
gall. Calling it weeaboo shit. When what have been some of the games you've been playing so far? The entire Mario Party series, Pikmin. You're probably going
That's
into
not
Wouldn't we
Persona.
really call that weeaboo? That's
Yeah.
It's designed in Japan. It was made by the Japanese for the Japanese audience and Japanese consoles.
No,
I would have gone weeaboo if it was Kirby.
Yeah, that.
For Kirby, makes more sense. Like, Mario is an Italian plumber born in Brooklyn, of all places.
Kirby's a pink puffball that likes to eat everything and is probably as gay as, well, gay can be.
So what's
Not
Pikmin
gay.
then? Pikmin is just some, like, random tiny thing that's falling into, like, someone's random backyard filled with Nintendo gear.
Pikmin is just capitalism.
No, Pikmin is not capitalism.
No,
is it?
legit.
Actually, it is.
No,
It
no,
really
no, no.
is.
Pikmin is just a glorified scavenger hunt.
With capitalism.
Yeah, you basically have to meet a quota sometimes, don't you?
That's Pikmin 2, where,
Ew, what
I'm
is
not
this
gonna-
GrantZeeb hunting card? Ugh.
oh, it's if Zeeb was Ichiban.
Also, why the Afro Grant?
What do you mean? What's wrong?
Why the
What is-
fro?
Okay, Blue. Do you think I could pull off an afro? Because Blue's like one of the few people here who's seen me IRL and called me a handshake Andy.
Afro, Honestly, it's a maybe, but it's a very sketchy maybe.
I think I could do it. Like, if you had to weeaboo me, like, put me, isekai me into an anime, where it's just sort of like, here is a dumb fat American with curly hair. They're going to give me an afro.
It's weird because if I think of you with an afro, okay, like how I'm gonna say this is like I think of you as an actual clown.
I mean, he did.
Like this is okay because I'm not gonna say what Zeebs looks like IRL, but if I legit put an afro on you, I just see clown.
Wow. Fucking wow.
Hey,
You
I am
got
going.
clowned on, motherfucker.
Like I am being honest, and that's why I'm saying maybe as a stretch.
Maybe as a stretch. So,
Wow. Did we all just see Grant get clowned on?
But it also depends on the size of the afro as well.
okay, well, I don't know if I could go to, like, this level that you see before you, this godly amount that is normally reserved, I feel like, for crazy amount of, like, hairdo and product, because I'm not a person that likes using product. Like, I'm more of a beach bum Californian, where it's like, I am reliant on the winds and the sea to make my hairstyle. I wouldn't be able to get to that, but I feel like I could get to, like, you know, like curly tight curls kind of thing. And besides, there wasn't exactly a lot of good curly hair options in the character creator, and I can't... Wait, can you change your hair in this game?
Yeah. You can. So when you're in the character select screen, they normally give you a few freebie creation vouchers you can utilize in order to change your character up a little bit.
I thought that was free.
Some of it is you get free vouchers, and same goes for your power code. But afterwards, you actually have to pay them with real money.
Which was kind of a dick move on Capcom's part from that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, people tend to know exactly what they want at the beginning, especially if you played Monster Hunter before.
Okay. Thank you for the head pats, hit.
So, if you want to find everyone, usually we should all be in the gathering hub.
Oh, okay. Hang on a
Yeah,
second.
I'm heading right there.
Alright, we gotta wait for Grant also to... Oh, you can't jump into the gathering hub, Grant, while you're waiting for your quest.
Yeah, you have to quit it and then
Alright, so...
repost it once you're up here.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought, like, we all, like, hung around, like, down here. I'm an idiot. I was like, oh, I'm not seeing
No,
anyone.
you'll need to go down there to do all your story-related stuff, but when you're coming up here to, you know, post your quests, you can do them from here.
Alrighty then. So, we got a great sword, we got a lance?
Unlance.
Yep.
Yep.
And then, where's Blue? Oh.
Over here with the weeaboo blades.
Oh, look at Blue. If I had, like... I didn't know what Blue was gonna look like in the game, but this definitely looks like
Something Blue would wear.
yeah, it looks like to keep in scheme with the with their persona. It's just like, look at this like blue and icy nonsense.
All right, post your quest up, Grant. Let's hunt this diablo-abba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dos.
Alrighty, yes.
Just don't mind my pendant flying in your face.
Yeah, and I'm usually a insect glaive or heavy bowgun main, so.
Yeah, I like hammer because hammer is easy.
Daddy's gonna love that.
I'm whatever the wheel decides.
Pressing.
I am an insect glaive main that can use dual blades and bow.
Alright, let's get something
So,
to eat. I'm gonna
Eat first before you go off.
Yep, I'm gonna use
Wait,
it.
Unfortunately, because the events aren't happening at the moment, there's no event meal, so you're only stuck with the same stuff you get downstairs.
Okay.
Let me guess, I'm just going to be paying for everyone's meals.
Well, I just used a
More
voucher.
than likely.
So,
Oh, how much
I have gourmet vouchers which will guarantee the effects of the meals.
okay.
I got insurance.
So,
I'm getting safeguard.
hunters?
Oh wait, I need to change my items.
Carver, so you've got Bombarda, Black Cat.
I'm gonna be real, I don't know what any of these things do. Like, small-
Look for one that's called Feline Safeguard or Feline Insurance is always the top one to get. Otherwise, for you, given a hammer, anything with Slugger in it.
I don't recommend getting Safeguard. If someone else has got Safeguard, it doesn't stack. Like, I just got Safeguard, so...
Yeah.
So you can focus on anything else.
Yeah.
Medic's not bad. Medic's not bad. Increase.
So, what about this one with the feline black belt, the carver, and the defender?
Hang on, Black Belt, probably not a bad one.
Honestly, at the beginning, I just go for anything in your status effects rather than food skills.
Chef's Choice is normally the best option for that in that case, because it'll normally give you the most out of everything.
Carver, microzoologist, and rider.
Like,
And gives me, like, you know, platter up. I'll go with this one, because, like, apparently it'll... Ooh, hang on.
because I think,
I'll go for meat.
who hasn't eaten yet?
Me.
I've eaten.
Yeah,
That's the only one not eating.
No, because I want someone to check custom platter for me.
No, I've already eaten, sorry.
I just ate.
You can make some really good custom platters, but I find that it can be a little bit sort of tedious.
Oh, it's very easy to figure out. It's just that, okay, so I'm trying to remember if there is someone in the session that has all the ingredients. All the ingredients are available to everyone else.
I am just missing one ingredient. It's from the mugs.
I'm still missing a few, just because there's a few bounties I've got to do for fishing and stuff like that.
We're just gonna be on a canteen quests after this, just going and improving
Oh no!
our canteen.
At the moment, I've been doing a bit of a Dazzy, and I've been going through and getting all the armor sets for the high rank monsters, just cause shits and giggles, and I'm bored as fuck.
Fair enough. Well,
All right,
Yeah, I
Grant.
get that.
And I'm just here bored trying to figure out how do I kill things faster.
no
All right,
kid.
Grant, go off on your quest, and we'll wait for the cutscene to join in.
Oh,
It's-
okay, I see how it is. I
Yeah, for
forgot it was a
you-
story quest, so you can... I have to find Diablos at the very least, or is it just gonna be like... Okay.
Yeah, you gotta find him. I can tell you where you're most likely going to find him, but I'd rather you just find him on your own and have fun with it.
Ah, yes. Questions about the game are answered by progressing the game.
Yes.
Basically.
I absolutely love that quote. Have any of you seen Taskmaster, the US or the New Zealand one?
Oh, that, what
have
did
not.
that show?
No, I haven't actually.
It is...
I think I see
Oh,
it.
wait, isn't that the one where they get a riddle, they've got to solve it by doing certain things?
No, they don't get a riddle. So Alex Horn is the producer and the person that made it up, but he has Greg Davies as like the quote unquote taskmaster. And the premise is there's like these 5 comedians and they go in and they each take a turn going into this house to do a task that is written on a letter. The very first episode, the first task was there is a watermelon in the other room. Eat as much watermelon as you can. In 1 minute, your time most wins. Your time starts when you enter in the room and such. If you do, I think it's 90 bits. You get the melon buffet like moment, which I think is absolutely hilarious. Of a guy just, ooh, hang on, capture net. Bug. Oh, I should probably like stream the thingy-majiggy into the Discord so you don't like have a 2-minute delay or whatever effects going off in case of any fuck-ups. But yeah, it's an amazing TV show. Anywhoosies, one of the quotes that you will hear a lot on it is Alex Horn, because he's like there observing them as they do the task and what have you. I got the wrong bits. Thank you for the 90 bits though, Code.
I demand my bits back!
Hang on a second.
I'm joking,
I can
I'm
fix
joking.
this. Watch as I go into my alerts and I get the thingy-madiggy anyway. Where the fuck is it? Creator dashboard. I got plenty of time. They give you like 90 minutes or something crazy like that for these missions. So if I go to my alerts, and if you're watching stream,
yeah, I am. I'm keeping an eye on it.
all right.
Surdragonx 88 demands you drink.
Oh, it was 50 bits. All right. So here is here's the video. He has to eat a watermelon, and he just grabs it, and he throws it on the floor.
How does that help you eat a watermelon?
Well, here's the thing: is that they're so all that's recorded ahead of time, but they still have the whatsamahoozy, words are failing me. They have the contestants on stage where there's an audience, and Greg Davies, like the taskmaster, like talks to him, and he's like, and he asks, he's like, what the fuck do you think was gonna happen? And he's like, and the comedian argues like, look, I knew after I read the task that it wasn't gonna be a melon buffet. I knew I was gonna have to, like, you know, rip it open or something, but I didn't realize like how weak a watermelon is.
What?
Oh, it's okay.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, you could easily smash a watermelon given given any amount of strength. All you gotta do is just pick up the bastard thing and then just piff it.
Yeah, just like whack it on the table. Quite frankly, is all you need to do.
Piff it like it owes you some money.
All right, hang on. I need a map. All right, I should have gone to like, because I reckon Diablos is over in the dry area, isn't he? He's over like around here.
Again, I'm not telling you where Diablos is. It's one of those you're going to have to...
I'm just saying it out loud. As a streamer, I do not get to have private thoughts. I have to say the thoughts out loud. Oh,
man, fuck your private thoughts.
Bug.
That's gonna go straight into your inventory.
The god bug?
Yeah, you don't need to... Those sort of bugs you don't need to use the net for.
Oh.
You could just normally pick those ones up. Ooh, the Toby Lance.
Oh, hey,
Yep.
I'm... There we go. I completed a field.
Well, it's actually.
Oh, actually,
technically
I
not.
should make sure I've got equipment for us for this. Flash bombs.
Nice. That's what I need.
Are you caring if it's going to be capture or kill, Grant, or would you prefer either one?
I would prefer a capture if we can, because, like, you know, getting to the actual... Hang on, bird. Because, like, getting to the capture, you still need to, like, hit it for 90% of its health and shit. So...
Yeah.
And
right,
normally it runs away at least once, before it's, like, weak enough for all that kind of stuff. But if we fuck up on the capture, then that's fine, because... Did the scout flies find where
So,
they
preferable
go?
capture, but okay otherwise.
Yeah. So, because I think...
Capture on the low rank.
Like,
Blue
this is a
just sort of
low-rank one, isn't it?
Yeah, Blue just sitting there is just like, oh, I don't know. I might DPS too hard.
Ooh.
We may pull a Dazzy.
Well, Code knows what happens.
I got like 7 trank bombs, and I've got a shock trap, so we have like maybe one chance. Oh, hang on.
I have my full trap set up.
Nice.
I forget how, like, I've just been fiddling with my Nacon here. I've got this set to, like, the left stick is set to, like, arcade games. So it's like, even just the slightest touch will move. I need to fiddle with that. The Nacon controllers, by what I've seen, are actually fairly interesting. Because you can actually set the control sticks for certain game types, so you can have it for like shooters and things like that to give you more increased accuracy or even precision with your controller.
So does this mean you can have like easy quarter circle movement and such? I only know about quarter circles because of Russian Badger.
Yeah, so I could easily do a bit more of an easier quarter circle in a fighting game. So I'm more preferable to my arcade stick over using one of these for a fighting game. It depends on the fighting game.
Fair enough. I have only played 2 fighting games so far, Street Fighter 6 and Mortal Kombat 1. I love Mortal Kombat 1 for the story, but I fucking hate the combos.
Like, I am putting hardly any pressure, and I'm already walking at like full speed. If I put any more pressure on, I'm going straight into a sprint.
Oh, you just
I might
fucking.
I might need to readjust that. I might need to put that down to just the base sort of one.
Oh fuck! I'm wearing the egg carrying gauntlets. I'm an idiot.
So, Code, you're not going to sugarcoat it, Electric Wing Godfist?
Yeah, essentially.
All right.
So yeah, I've got my left stick set to fighting game. Probably should just have it set to FPS, just cause.
Fair enough, Dekus. Like, there's a difference between gore that, you know, plays into a narrative, and then there's, like, you know, gore like Mortal Kombat, where it's like, I feel like it's just for the sake of it, because they did like some crazy, like, silly nonsense in their first Mortal Kombat fatalities. Okay, there it is.
Alright, everyone, this isn't a drill. We gotta help him before he dies horribly.
Here we go. Oh, it says you're what?
We're coming in, Grant. We're coming in.
Disappear in a bit.
Yeah, hang on. Ah, okay, can't do it like that.
Grant, don't stand in front of it.
There we go.
Oh, have you fought a Rathalos yet?
Have I found a what?
Rathalos.
Yeah. In the, like, in another time.
Yeah, I wanted this. Have you been able to, activate a certain thing at the top of the, tree?
I did do a thing of, like, jumping from the top of the tree and onto it. That felt like a real Poggers moment.
Oh, I am free to go.
God damn it!
Go then. Good?
Yeah, you just tail swipe at me when I'm trying to do things.
Ah.
I don't have freaking screamer pods.
Yeah, I forgot to grab mine.
Ah, too late.
Because majority of the time I actually don't even use them when I fight this thing.
Same. Oh, thank you. God damn it.
Oh, he ran into that one. Okay, I'm happy about that.
I'll get into this real quick. Of course he's gonna...
I am absolutely missing all of these things.
Wait, did it get in? Oh, I got it.
Ooh, nice.
Broke part of its head.
Just one left.
Oh, please tell me it ran into that second. Ooh, excuse me, sorry.
Bless you.
I was trying to hold on to that one. Ah, no, you don't.
Oh, there goes the tail.
Oops.
Oh, that was fast.
That is probably my fault.
Says he wants to talk
Yeah, it's fine.
of the ecosystem.
We joked about like, oh, you're gonna out DPS it, and it's just like, oh yeah, you kind of did. It's fine.
I mean, it works.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah. And you get more from the carver you got.
Oh yeah, because
Don't
like,
forget, yeah, don't forget to grab that tail too.
yep.
Yep.
I'm not touching any of that stuff.
No.
You don't want to get your hands dirty.
Nah, I don't need low rank.
Yeah.
Low right. Hang on, can I whack you?
You can. You can lob him.
I can also do this.
Ow!
Your normal attacks will not work on me because I have flinch free.
Oh, yeah.
But you can.
Go on. Say that again.
Say what again?
You were mentioning something after the whole "Go on, you can't touch me. I have flinch free," and then Xerix like cleared their throat, and then we all stopped talking.
I said
Sorry.
that you can't flinch me because I have flinch free, but you can launch me.
Ah.
I think you gotta do it with a certain attack, though, don't you?
Yes.
With like hammer or sorry.
Hammer or hunting horn. I think.
Hammer!
I think. No, greatsword doesn't do it. It has to be something blunt.
Hey, look
Or,
at that.
charge
Slinger
axe?
sniper.
Which
My head is blunt.
Having slain the fire wyvern and the horned wyvern. Oh, I can't read the entire thing. And I'm getting told by the first wyverian.
You have ascended to the apex and proved yourself. Now you may know the secret of the dragon that carries a mountain of fire on its back. The dragon hovers on the brink of death, but the light of life is calling to it, drawing it away from its proper grave. It has wandered into the Everstream and lost its way. Now it stands poised to perish there, brimming with fiery life, bringing energy. The Everstream connects every corner of this land like a vein of a beating heart. Should the dragon succumb to death there, its glut of energy will hurtle through those veins, setting them afire and searing the land to ash and scorched earth. That is the dragon's secret. That shall be... Oh, damn it, you skipped that last part.
Oh, sorry,
already.
I thought you were reading fast enough.
Nature's course cannot be swayed. ...
Thank you, Code, for volunteering to do a voice line.
Please, quiet down. Thanks to the Fifth Fleet's diligent efforts, we've learned a number of things.
Because I know in that one he doesn't actually speak, so I'm like, yes,
He's
I'll
just
say
like
the line.
doing. He's like just doing silly like noises.
Grumbles,
Just like.
On its death,
Sugar bear.
bioenergy it has stored.
Why is his sword like twitching?
And 3.
It's eager to, you know, bop someone on the head.
Every corner of the new world.
It's like, let me at him, boss. Let me at him.
So, if Zora dies inside the Everstream, its bioenergy will blast us all to hell.
Commander, the Commission should make evacuation...
So next up is another hunt of Zora Magdarodarus.
There's no time. We don't have any choice but to take down Zora Magdaros.
What? Blowing ourselves to oblivion.
That's your cue to switch it up, hey?
Correct. And the whole reason we're here is
Not
to
me
study
switch it up.
the beast's role in the ecosystem.
No,
Erase it
no.
from the ecosystem.
No, you stay as you are, Blue. You're fine. You're perfect. You're fantastic.
What if we tried to lure it away from the Everstream somehow?
Lure it away.
You're fine the
Yes, sir.
way that
I did a
you
little digging,
are.
and the Everstream borders the ocean, right?
Yeah, we gotta
So
fight
if we can
Behemoth
lure
later.
Zora Magdaros out onto the open water,
We can mitigate the blast. And the bioenergy released would start a whole new ecosystem in the ocean. Life would go on.
Need I remind you, sir, that we're currently short on supplies from our attempt
How
to
did I become the
capture it?
admin of those two?
And even if we had enough
knows?
supplies, what kind of weapon could get that thing?
I'm just looking like I've got
Don't
two
worry.
groups here that I'm like, how did I become the admin of these two groups?
A very big plan.
King of the Hill
Is
rules.
that what I
you
think
stayed
it is?
alive.
Oh,
That's what happens at our work with all our distribution lists. Is I look at these lists and I'm like, how the fuck am I members of this? And then comes the realization of, oh, it's because desktop support is set as the owner, automatically whenever we create DLs without a set owner. So there's just
Captain,
all
took
these
your
DLs
sweet
that I'm
time
part of
getting here.
as an owner.
But we're happy you made it.
happy to be here.
I brought everything.
I don't even know how to set groups as primary groups.
And a literal boatload of supply. Not to mention a little surprise. The guild.
Maybe put it on your profile showcase, perhaps?
Of a ship.
I mean, it should already be there on my showcase.
A Dragonator.
Like, there are ways of doing it, but I'm like, how do I do that?
Real original name there. A Dragonator.
Yeah, it's an innator for the dragons. I mean, they have to give Dr. Doofusmith some work in this.
Unless there's a talking plat. Wait, what's the bit? The Perry the platypus. That's it.
No, that's in Rise.
Excellent.
That's in Rise, and it's Perry the Kaiju Platypus.
Hunters, it's time.
You know, the creator / voice actor is on Cameo.
Yeah, he does a lot of stuff.
So one of the things I looked into doing was for Kahlua. Anyone in chat don't know who Kahlua? Kahlua is a lion, but you never. And they have a hat. They just wear this black like ball cap or something like that. And I had the idea of because it's just so silly. Because it's just like, if it wasn't for the hat, he just looked like any other lion, quite frankly.
It's time to see Zora.
A lion? Kahlua a lion?
Exactly. Just have him do that, and then it was just like, oh yeah, it would cost $500 American for a custom line, and I was like, oh fuck.
Huh?
I would love to pay for someone to do the bit, but I'm not gonna pay $500 for it.
Yeah, that's a lot of money for a bit.
Yeah.
That's way too much.
Why do it? Oh, because I can buy shit from them. Stera jerky. Oh yeah.
Always useful to have some of that in your chest for later.
How much can I purchase?
Excuse me.
Oh, I can purchase like hundreds if I wanted to. Okay, so.
So in your box, a lot. In your pouch, a set limit.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, like, because there's no point in buying, like, say 100, because I don't think I would use that much jerky, quite frankly.
Alright, if we're going after Zoros, there's no point in me having a whole butt ton of shit I don't need.
I've already got 25 bombs. I don't.
Already got the gourmet voucher up for your seeds.
Ah, thank you.
Welcome.
Alright, donk.
Nothing will stop us.
I did not listen to everything she said. Mushrooms, getting armor spheres and things.
Yeah, oh, you got Bird Wyvern Hunt as well. I've got that one on mine too.
Alright, I'll grab the... Oh, it's not there. Oh, because it's the other thing. Okay.
Yeah, it's the limited hunts.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got the same two I've got. 2 Bird Wyvern and 2 Brute Wyvern.
20 and 10 smalls. And then mine 15 times. Then we've got investigations. Here we go, deliveries. Nope, no new deliveries. Okay.
Full steam ahead!
I got a lot of investigations to do later on.
Is it... what is the benefit of doing the investigations?
So investigations have a higher chance of giving you rarer items from hunts, depending on which ones you get. You also get more gold and more experience from them as well.
Okay.
You do investigations to get mats from monsters mostly.
Alright, so... like, until, you know, getting into Iceborne or whatever kind of area, there isn't really a benefit of going into the investigations now with my...
no, there is always a worth doing investigations whenever you get the chance.
Yeah. I usually ignore making low rank armor.
Hey, partner.
Just because it becomes useless real fast.
Nothing
Yeah.
can stop us.
Hence why because they also give you like weapons and gear that like they're up, like the weapons upgrade tree is just, you know, oh, here's a blast weapon that upgrades on itself, very rarely needing animal parts.
Yeah, the defender gear.
Yeah, like the weapons. I would get low rank depending on what you need, but there are sections that you can just skip to just build the high rank versions.
Wait, Dekus, who paid 50 grand to animate their fan fiction?
Oh, I heard of this story. All right, are you ready? Are you? Are you ready to learn some internet history?
I need to know. I need to know this.
Alrighty.
You're gonna regret it.
So, I can't remember the name of the YouTuber, but the YouTuber, like, I don't know what the fuck they do, but they got an artist, and they wanted animated to a music video, to a song. You know the animated series Has Been Hotel from Vivi Pop?
Yeah.
This animation is basically a music video of Lucy, so the daughter of Lucifer, or Morningstar, chasing after this guy, like as like this like lovesick thing.
Oh, is that the clip that I've been seeing around?
Yeah.
Now it's all coming in.
Yeah, the clip of Lucy chasing after this this human dude.
Yep.
And then jumping on them.
Hold on, it's Charlie, isn't it? Not Lucy?
Charlie, sorry.
Charlie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty sure.
It's one of the six. It's one of the six.
Yeah, Lucy is basically the nickname for Lucifer.
Yeah. Yep. You're right about that. Oh, hey, it's a Moogle.
Yep, that's my cat.
Nice.
No, that's a Moogle.
Bird up.
Bird. All right, is that what we're going for? Is the bird?
Nope, we are going after Godzilla.
I meant the meal, because like I thought there was gonna be like a burger.
All right, I need a freaking.
Oh yeah. What is your recommended custom thing?
Well, you should have access to all my ingredients because I have everything.
I have a number of things. There's a few that say guest, but I've got a number of these that are fresh.
Yeah, but when you use a gourmet voucher, they're all classified as fresh.
Okay, well, either.
Yeah, someone used the gourmet voucher.
Yum 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 yum.
That was me.
Yum yum yum.
And I already got safeguards, so don't worry about that.
All right.
Probably argue go for Moxie.
So, do I just go like 100% meat?
So how it works is that each of the ingredients, regardless of which one you go into, you see a color thing on the left-hand side.
Yep.
And those contribute to certain skills. Like you can press, I don't know what button it is for you to check the food skills. But you can check for every 2 ingredients of the same type, you get that level skill. Then if you go 2 higher, that skill will change into the next level and so forth. So this is where you decide, let's say for example, I want polisher, so I would put 2 of the red ingredients in. And then for something else, I want, what is it? Feline black belt, which I would need to put 4 of that particular ingredient in. And I think for you only have access to 4 right now. You don't get to do 6 yet.
All right, I'll just go with whatever the chef recommends.
Yeah. Custom platters you only start thinking of when you have access to 6 ingredient slots, and then you decide, do I want to make a platter that guarantees safeguard every time? I have a platter that helps me for sharpening, 1 for elemental resistance, 1 for extra mounts, and so forth.
Radio. None of this makes sense to me. It's all gonna. I'm sorry, Blue. You're very knowledgeable about this game. There might be a passion to it, but I'm dumb as shit.
Basically,
pretty much is you want it gives you a passive effect that's beneficial to you. You decide what passive skills you want.
Fair enough.
All right. Let's go over the operation.
Don't worry, Grant. It's okay to be a little bit dumb. We all love you.
Subterranean
Thank
channels
you.
Zora
I do
Magdaros is
appreciate
using continue deep underground. We'll have one shot to divert it here when it surfaces.
It's just swimming in lava right
If
now.
we let it slip by, it's out of our reach.
Yeah, that is
forever.
Zora Magdaros.
That's why I'm breaking out the big guns.
It's
I mean,
basically.
Sorry, you first.
I was gonna say it's basically living lava, technically. Well, living volcano.
Oh.
This is the Dragonator. We'll use it to drive Zora back and put it out into the open sea.
I
Wait,
appreciate
wait,
like
wait.
Japan being able to
target will be
make
coming
cool
at a full
shit
tilt.
with like medieval
So your
weaponry,
job is to
but
wear it down and try to keep it in check.
the American in me
Be
is just very
relentless.
annoyed that it's like, oh,
clear
guns
here?
just
Very
never constructed.
One more thing.
I guess
Nergigante
technically
is
call it
bound
a
to show up
railgun,
and try to make a
in a
mess of
sense.
this.
Yeah.
If it gets in our way, it's up to you to stop it.
Like,
This whole
canonically,
operation rides
the
on how
humans
well you
in
do that.
the Monster Hunter universe
do this.
are way stronger than us.
I've seen them
Scout ahead.
take no fall damage, so
Signal
I
us
will
if you
believe
spot
you
any
on that
trouble.
one.
Yeah, yeah. It's the thing is, if they legit did a normal punch on you, they can break your entire rib cage.
More than likely.
It's coming.
Yeah,
if
but
you
we
try
put
to-
donut.
Move out!
Just all of them with
Use
like
everything at your
Spider-Man level
disposal.
strength.
I want eyes everywhere.
Yeah, they're pretty much.
Fight hard and
Think
stay
of them
smart.
as what's the best comparison? Think of them as Spartans from
We need to
Halo,
weaken
but
Zora
they're just
Magdaros enough to
normal
capture it. Once you're on
people.
its back, give all you've got. Destroy the cores to weaken it. Or try
Really,
dropping
we
some of
not
those
watched all the
stalactites on it.
cutscenes?
I think that he just needs to land on it.
We've rigged the stalactites
Yeah.
with gunpowder. Use your slinger to blast
I'm
them
still
loose.
like stuck, like
You
flying.
can do it!
You can shoot. You can shoot things.
Um,
If you had anything.
Proceed with caution.
Yeah.
I'm still flying, and I don't have the option to like look at things. Oh,
Okay, we're on Zora's shell. Destroy the magma cores to weaken Zora Magdaros.
All right, now we can do
The
it.
success of the whole operation comes down to how much
Let's
we
go,
manage to
ladies!
weaken the target.
Magma core located.
Of course, you're going in that outfit.
We're coming to help you, Grant! Or hinder you, whichever one comes first.
We're hindering because we're making the difficulty of the quest harder.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're allowed DPS this thing again.
Well, technically, that's all we can do.
Where is... Oh, right. Crap.
Make sure you take your lotions and potions.
I have not been paying attention to the lotions and potions.
I'm sorry, my weapon has lifelink.
Magma core destroyed.
There we
Good
go.
work.
That's one.
Look
Whoa.
for the next magma core.
Okay.
Something's happening to its
oh.
shell. The flow of
Zeebs,
magma
if you
is
see any
changing.
minor outcrops, definitely go for them.
Yep, understood.
Out of my way, half-naked man coming through.
Why are you half naked?
Because he's also considered half clothed.
Oh, I didn't realize I could spin like that. Here we go. Gonna do that again. Watch as I jump.
The flip, a whip, a dip, dip.
Second magma core destroyed.
Good work.
I am
Look
going
for
to
another
say
magma
that
core.
was because of me.
Shell is doing that thing again. Watch the magma. It's changing.
Now!
Can somebody get that stalactite?
Trying to find it.
I am at the bottom with blue. Oh, wait.
God. I have to
Nope,
go all the
that-
way up there? I sometimes hate navigating Zora Magdaros.
Yeah. It's definitely a theme.
Yeah, don't. Of course, I'm using the one of the better weapons. Oh, this is gonna hurt my everything. Ow.
I could probably get the whatever it is.
Bye, mate.
Hold nothing back.
Really?
Okay.
Oh, that one. Sorry.
What the hell is this?
Oh, that one. Wait a minute. Game, you good?
No, this isn't Switch Axe, this is Greatsword, Nixu.
Third magma core destroyed.
Alright.
Alright, third magma core broken, which means we know who, you know who is going to show up.
Yeah, like trying to.
So do I have no clue where I am.
To be fair, no one knows. On Zora.
Yeah, you're either
accurate.
over there or over here.
Somewhere on Zora, sure.
Trying to figure out.
Lol. Love the stickers.
Ooh, Daddy Cat.
Ooh, hey, mining outcrop right here.
Love the Daddy Cat sticker.
Ah!
Because Daddy Cat is best cat.
What's with the tremors? I think Zora Magdaros is charging up power.
Keep hitting it until it relents! We can't let Zora discharge its energy!
I'm not sure if
Come
that's
on,
the
man.
right
We
side.
already
precious-
hit all the magma cores.
It's precious
Yeah,
energy.
I'm surprised.
I saw someone go all the way down.
That was me! Ow, 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 stop throwing lava at me! Stop throwing lava at me!
Now it's time to restrain!
So definitely heal.
Hold your positions!
I'm trying to!
Just a
Good to go,
fly.
man.
Got it.
What?
We do it too early, or no? Actually, we got it.
Yeah, I think it might have been.
Did you get the one on the snaz?
Hello.
I haven't lifted it yet.
Yeah, that's the only one. That's the only one we're missing. Is the one on the schnoz.
Yeah.
But they need to be like positioned differently for it, don't they?
Yeah, they need to be standing upright. Right now they're on 4 legs.
I got this one.
We need them thinking they're peoples.
Just as soon as. Or that can happen.
Alright! Binders ready!
I mean, I'd rather drop more of them than less of them.
Now, fire!
Yeah.
The more of them we drop, the easier that's gonna make this.
Magdaros has stopped moving.
Here we go.
What? Wait! Stand at the ready! Nergigante is upon us!
Here
Who
we
the fuck
go.
is
Beforehand.
Nergigante?
Hunters, prepare to intercept!
Spiky Hedgehog Dragon.
Up there on the shell.
Go!
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you're standing right next to him. Oh, no, you can't. Say we meet again.
Oh no, you don't. You know, I should probably put a defensive guard on in my build. When I think about it.
Go get him. You know you've got this. Zora's broken loose.
Can anyone inflict wounds?
I am trying. What's wounds?
Drive off Nergigante!
Oh, just weaken its armor.
My sword probably could. I've just got to get. I've got to be able to hit him though. That's the only thing.
Or
Yeah,
can you
so-
just do clutch claw?
Zora Magdaros is changing position. It's trying
Yeah,
to get
my heavy
Zora
bowgun can
Magdaros is
easily
starting
do.
to rear up.
Can easily weaken.
Hunters,
Or
keep at it.
you can
It's all
just
up to
fly
you to
away.
Drive off Nergigante! Go!
Well, yeah, okay, it just flies away.
No, it's gonna wing Drake Travelers. Oh, never mind.
Yes! Outstanding! Continue the operation!
Nice.
Stupid thing, it warped me away.
Zora Magdros is getting back on all fours.
Whoa, okay.
Continuing its advance.
Yeah, see what I mean? If you get too close.
I just.
Yeah, or if you get stuck in a certain crevice.
Yeah.
Right. Well, while you can try and find them, find your mining vans.
Hunters, hold
I
your
found
positions on its back.
I was able to get like my 15 and such. Also, do you think it's
I just
weird?
missed one.
Oh. Do you find it weird that you can sharpen a hammer?
Yeah.
Come back to me when.
Sorry.
Oh,
you first.
Oh, I was gonna say, come back to me when you can explain how to sharpen a hunting horn.
I think it's more the fact that you're repairing its durability rather than sharpening it. But the fact that you could use the whetstone to do it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Hi Onyx, how you doing?
Well,
as it was discussed. Sorry?
I was about to say, with a hunting horn, like, isn't there already instrumental keys where they need to be sharp?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, with some, yeah.
Also, hey Angrel, how you doing?
Hey Angrel.
Right.
Here's another mining problem.
The only weapons that you can't sharpen are bow, heavy bowgun, and light bowgun. Imagine if Zarek and I had to sharpen our bows and bowguns.
That would be disastrous to be
the
honest.
final skirmish.
I'm like, what do you sharpen on
What
it?
it takes. You have got to
Yeah,
work on
unless you're trying to
as
sharp.
much as possible. This is the
Arrows
last
make
chance.
sense,
No more
but
second chances. If Zora Magdros
yeah, with
reaches the barrier,
with
all
bowguns
is
in general,
lost.
no.
No, we want to attack the head! God damn it.
Arrgh.
Well, technically, me and Zarek can still shoot the head with our bows and bowguns.
Oh,
yeah.
Balls.
Hold nothing back.
Loading my balls.
Okay.
How many can you put in? 5?
5,
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
That's it's a very odd number of balls, but you know.
Alright, I need to move.
Oh.
No, not that.
I needed to move the cannon!
I thought it was already, like, why wouldn't they set it up so it was already pointing where it needed to be in the first place?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Alright, cover me, I'm reloading.
How do
I
you do
hate these
the...
flying rats.
Oh, no. God damn it. How do you do the roll? It's not B.
Right in the mouth.
For me, it's spacebar. I don't know what it is on your controller.
I've got A for my roll.
Okay.
I got B.
A. I'm using the evade, so for you it should be A.
Yep.
Yeah.
All your controls are on the top right.
Yep, A is evade.
Come on, Grant. You've been playing for how long? You don't know how to evade.
Like, 3 or 4 times.
You can load this cannon. I can shoot Zora.
Right in the mouth. Yeah, that's right. Get my balls in your mouth.
On it. 1 moment.
Can I even hit it?
Legit, like, I don't
yeah.
know how evading with a cannonball is faster than walking with it.
Oh! Sorry, just don't. I bugged the game.
How did you bug it?
I tried a wyvern snipe, Zora Magdros, and it made the barrier kind of go invisible for a little bit.
Oh, there's no more.
That is weird. Yeah, they're limited, so you've got to move over to the next cannon. There's also cannons down in the ship below us as well, where the dragon penetrator is.
All right.
Time for the Dragonator.
I know a thing where if you go up to Zora's head while it does this, I don't have stun resistance on this. You can legit climb onto Zora. Yeah, let's freaking go.
Ah, there he is.
Ah,
Now see if you can damage the top part of his horn.
that's what I'm trying to stay on the freaking head. So if you want to know where I am, just look up somewhere. You might see me or something.
I see your big wavy thing.
Yeah, I see it too. One moment.
Same.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I see the magma core. I'm freaking shooting it.
Will that do any damage though? Still?
It's doing a lot of damage for me.
Oh.
Ah! I wish I had freaking insect glaive.
No glaive if the insects fuel.
Okay.
I broke head.
Yeah.
That should give
Way
us
to
some
go.
good parts at the end.
Oh man, I love this part of Zora. Like,
Zora
if you could just get onto the head, you just attack. You don't need to even use the cannon. You just do your typical attacks.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hello.
Carrying my massive balls.
So, do we go down
I
to the
won't
ship?
stop making junk jokes.
Okay.
No, I fell off. It's okay. I'm fine.
You're alive? Yep, you're fine. You're running really fast as well.
I'm a penetrate.
All right.
Commander, this is it. The chance to anybody for.
Penetration.
Here's my Dragonator.
Never mind.
When you
I think the dragon penetrator was the finishing blow.
Yeah.
The Dragonator.
Oh, and it spins too. What?
Yep. I mean, you gotta open it up somehow.
I thought it was gonna be like a hunting spear, where it would like you get one underwater where it shoots out.
No, that's called a bidet.
Wait, I got the gem.
You got a gem?
Yeah, I got the gem.
Noise.
It's okay, because I broke head.
Giggity. Also, just looking at Grant with that fro.
Again, I see Zarek laughing at my comment saying I broke head.
I giggled.
With gold, you gotta admit that it definitely can be taken as a joke.
I know.
Got head.
It's funny though. I just want to see if chat would respond.
Unfortunately, my chat is it's not as cool as some people's chats.
Yeah.
Who is this dude in the dragon scale like armor? Is he supposed to be like the guy from like the first game, or is he?
No, he's just a master hunter. Nobody really knows who he is other than that.
He's an old world hunter, so whatever.
Wait, did we just get to the end of the Monster Hunter world?
No.
No.
Okay.
Not really.
You got to the end of the low rank missions.
Okay, because like right now it's vibing like the fucking end game, and I'm just like what? That's
Well,
it?
So.
Well, to be fair,
Ready to
this is
go
where the
off?
game actually starts.
What?
Yep.
We're not joking. This is where it actually starts.
Oh, I fucking.
You basically completed the tutorial.
Grant's now having existential crisis moment.
I honestly am, because you know what this sounds like? It sounds like fucking Chain of Memories, where it's like, yes, I went through it, and then they're like, there's a second half. You gotta play the second half.
You gotta play the second half as Riku. Nope, fuck this, I'm out.
I honestly did say, no, fuck this, I'm out. Which is why I retain my position that you don't need to play all the Kingdom Hearts games. You can just go through 1, 2, Birth by Sleep, and 3. That's it, just those 4.
And then just watch the videos for the rest for whatever story you want to miss out on.
You're not missing out on, like, that much story. You're missing out on maybe, like, the mobile games, which is... That's only a recent fuck around after Kingdom Hearts, like, Birth by Sleep. Sorry, excuse me. Just drinking a lot of Pepsi to keep myself awake.
Oh yeah, I'm drinking cock, so I totally get that.
Blue, you have been unnaturally quiet on my position here.
No, I'm just sorting out my inventory.
Oh, okay. couldn't care about this position. I remember when I first spoke of this, it was even on your stream, and was it Peppa?
Freaking Pepper instantly was like, you dare talk about my fandom? You dare talk about something you just joined? I was born within it.
So many furs in Melbourne know about this game. Like, Kusaki's like, oh yeah, like, I have all the original releases, and then Peppa's like, I went through this entire thing. And here's me, where I'm like, I'm blitzed it 6 months on the PlayStation 5 because I wanted to know what was going on.
But to be fair, to be fair, you were fighting hardcore fans when you only played the game for like, I don't know, a couple of weeks when they have played for like over years.
Yeah, so I have the fresher take. They don't remember.
I'm not sure if it's fresher take. I think it's just more of you picked a fight with crazy veterans. Crazy veterans, yes. And you know exactly what happens, right? You're gonna lose either way.
Look, it's fighting with me about the Kingdom Hearts thingy-majiggy is like trying to fight with a pig in mud. At some point, they gotta learn that the pig enjoys it.
Also, I'll be right back.
Not to worry, not to worry.
Yeah.
Are these important?
They can be. So what you get? So you've got see how it says next request on the right there. So you can actually set them to request specific goods. So you can have it request for trade goods if you want to get Zenny, crafting goods if you want to try and get a random assortment of things to help you craft items, or materials, which is monster materials.
But is it worth purchasing all this?
Some of them, yes, it can be, because it can give you some items that you can't craft, you know, without some really rare stuff. I especially normally get so when you go to request goods, so go back. Who threw a shoe at me? Furry Qers. So go request goods. So material items and consumable items are always good.
What about trade-ins?
Trade-ins are if you want Zenny.
What's... Oh, Zenny.
Zenny's your currency.
Yep.
Your main currency. You got two currencies. You got research points and you got Zenny.
Yep. Research points I feel like are kind of easy to get, especially if you do captures.
Yeah.
What? You
that was a noise.
That was a noise.
Okay, I'll tell you this. Points become very important later on.
Yeah,
to the point where I run out so fast.
Yeah, that's because you're a point-spending person.
Trust me, the stuff you do in Iceborne, you need points.
Kiryu, thank you for the follow. I mean, for the sub. How you doing? You're
Kiryu
old?
wasn't sub to you yet?
Oh, they were. They have been for 15 months.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. All right, up to the Gathering Hub I go.
Kiryu's been my sub for 15 months. I just say the word and they do whatever I want. Kiryu, don't throw things at me. There you go. See, now I'm not going to have things thrown at me.
What an amazing sub.
I know, right?
Throw more stuff.
Oh, that's the arena counter. Quest.
Good evening.
Very curious. You don't count.
Alright, let's see. So that's
all your main ones. You will pick up another one once you talk to a certain guys. You need to look for quests to do.
Do we want to try and do this Kobayashi?
Obikadakadashi?
Obikadachi.
So it was in my thingy-majiggy.
Yeah, we'll help you with the Toby Kadachi.
Alrighty then. Let me just get the chef's choice.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
The chef, like my wheel, is all the choice you need.
Why is it like no matter what the game is, whatever the media is, Japan just fucking slaps with their food?
Oh yeah.
America can't do it. Even when they do like kitchen or chef like heavy foods, like when you had like fucking Bradley Cooper in The Chef and then Catherine Zeta-Jones with her thingy-majiggy, like the only time food has looked like, ah yes, I want to eat it, was when it was the fucking TV show Hannibal. And I feel like they did that because they had to nerf the, oh, they're eating people.
Soylent Green is people!
Soylent Green! So, yeah. Ooh, item box.
Japan gets it? What does Japan get? What do they get that I don't get?
I don't know. I don't know. Very curious.
I mean,
How does
than really
Japan
good
get
food.
it? How does Japan get good food? I understand there's like a there's a culture of just, you know, handcrafted goods with perfection and shit, which, you know, granted they're still expensive as fuck, but there's a whole industry in Japan where there's just all sorts of stuff that is just handcrafted instead of being, you know, produced.
I love getting my Japanese like treat crates.
Mm-hmm.
I really got to start getting back into them now that I've actually moved my insurance. I'm actually saving a little bit of extra money, so I might go back and getting them. So there's this one from Tokyo Treat.
Mm-hmm.
I always used to get when I was working full time. They have a lot of amazing shit that comes in from Japan, from coffees to sweets to savory stuff, and all of it is just top fucking quality. Like, there is nothing on the box that does not look like what you get inside. Like, you know what I mean? There is nothing inside the box that does not look like what is on the box itself.
I just read Angrel's comment. It's because all the artists are starving and are dreaming of those tasty foods.
I mean, Angrel's not wrong.
Like, I want to believe that, but I remember there was a documentary of, the people that had to do the Watsumahuzi anime. You know the cooking one? Where, like, the girl, like, it's in one of the earlier episodes, the girl, like, takes a bite out of the food, and then it's, like, got this JoJo's, like, what is it? And then just has, like, an orgasm, and her clothes get ripped off or something like that because of the power of the food.
Food Wars.
Shokugeki no Sama.
Oh, look at this. Look at this weeb using the Japanese title.
You know the artist who does Food Wars actually did hentai?
Does not surprise me. But yeah, the artist that did Food Wars, they went and got like a professional chef to slowly like cut them a salmon so that all their artists could see what it looked like and such. They were not like cheaping out on money.
No, they weren't fucking around when it came to the style of it.
No.
Oh, damn it! I was gonna say keep him in the middle.
Yeah.
Get him in the middle. Get him in the middle if you can.
It's exhausted right now.
Oh. Blue, see if you can force it into the middle.
How do you force it into the middle?
It's kind of awkward. I can keep it from moving too much.
Let me just try and get its aggro.
Wrong way. Okay.
Never mind, we got it.
What?
Yeah. Anime food tastes and looks better than real food. Yeah, it's never your fault. We went to kill something and we killed it, okay? Code just didn't get to have his like big finish of just dropping his fucking stones on it. Is that... Wait, there is no stone. What was in the center? Was it just
giant boulder?
Boulders?
A giant boulder.
Oh, okay. Well, it wasn't... I don't see it, so... I didn't think it was there.
Yeah, it was dropped during the cutscene, so...
Ah, okay.
Yeah. I accidentally pressed the button.
So, he dropped his stones too early.
God damn it. I was about to make the joke myself! I was gonna make a premature ejaculation joke myself, but you beat me to it.
I knew exactly where you were going with it, and I beat you to it. I win. Me, GrantZeebs.
Yeah, there's a premature ejaculation joke about that, but that's just gonna be too far.
Radio. All right. Dink, grab all the Kobayashi Maru pieces.
And Tobigadati is done being reached.
Yep. Nice work. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still reeling from, like, you know, I don't know the name of the anime, but I know what happens in it. Code's like, oh yeah, Food Wars, and then Blue, what's the title again?
Shokugeki no Sama.
Shokugeki no Sama.
Slowly in one syllable at a time.
What? Shokugeki no Sama.
Thank you.
Shokugeki no Sama. Yeah, okay, cool. It's like... Have you guys seen that screen cap of what's the name? Sideshow Bob and his brother, and the brother is like, "Oh, I've been watching Food Wars," and then Sideshow Bob is like, "Ah, yes, I have also been enjoying Shingeki no Sama," and it just pans back to the brother in the third clip, and he just has this look of disgust. So good.
Oh, hello.
My Hero Academia, or Boku no Academia, if you're annoying.
Boku no Hero Academia. Love is War. Kaguya-sama's Love is War. That's one that I think they have an entirely different thingy-majiggy for.
Yeah. Oh, wow, you got a lot of side quests to do.
I know. Like, some of these are like just oh, actually, there's multiple people here. We can get away with this. Where's the egg located?
It's, is that the wyvern egg? Yeah, with an egg.
Yep.
So, top one, number 17.
Nice. Alright, that'll be an easy one. You know, it would be funny if we forced Blue to carry the egg, so they had to not deal with DPS.
That's alright, Grant. I've actually got to do this one as well, so...
Ah, nice. Cool. I'm not being annoying and having my be taxied all over the place.
Yeah, I...
Hi, Angrel. Thank you for the head pats.
Taxiing all over the place as well, so I know.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't had Dazzy or Sash jumping in yet.
Oh, you know why?
Why?
Sash told me I need to remind Dazzy of these things, because...
Right.
Hang on a sec, let me...
You forgot to send Dazzy a reminder, didn't you?
They said they were interested on the Discord event. They get a notification from Discord when the event starts.
Yes, but Kobold Brain.
Yeah, you gotta remember Kobold Brain.
I should not be responsible for the attention span of a kobold.
We're also not responsible for your attention span a lot of the time when it comes to boobies.
This has nothing to do with boobies, okay? That's a short-term, I see booby, engage the brain moment. This is long-term. We're talking about, hey, we should go out eating one day. Yeah, sounds good. We should do that. And then, like, 4 hours later, we go out eating.
No, that's kind of like, have you seen it? It's TikTok. It's like, hey, have you cleared your calendar for Thursday? I really want to try that new restaurant. It's like they're looking at you blankly, and then all of a sudden you got to do, okay, dinner tomorrow. Me, yeah.
I've seen that. That honestly, some of those sound clips have been used by fursuit furries on TikTok, and it's so great. There's like a blue dog named Reverb or something that I follow. That's pretty good.
No, I've seen. There's a really good one that uses VR chat for that one. And I'm like, I love this one just because of the quality and timing they put into it.
Yeah,
works really well.
So some days I'm like, oh, maybe I should do like I should wear my fursuit more often. Holy fucking shit, it's hot. I never want to. I don't.
Yeah, I really want to try and order one this year. I'm thinking of going through the same guy you did.
Oh, Creative Beasts.
Yeah, just because yours was around 1,500, wasn't it?
For a partial with the little padding in the sleeves, yes, it was, and they also do full body. So
see, that's why I want to go through them, because that's roughly about how much I want to spend.
Okay, fair enough. They will be at they're also going to be at the Gold Coast this year for Furdu, same as me for
Unfortunately, I don't have the time or money for that.
Damn, I'm sorry to hear
because I'm currently saving for a house on top of all things as well.
Oh, that's right. You mentioned this last week?
Yeah,
last week.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
You know, any money you guys might want to throw my way to help me save up for a house, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, go to my coffee, give me money.
One moment, please. I'm in the middle of playing a game. I can't be a Moderator for you right now.
Money.
Fuck up the small bug.
Alright, so we've got to get into a camp, don't we? Where is...
Oh.
And just so you know, this is very annoying because you can't go back the way you came.
Bones.
And I don't have Pro Transporter, I forgot.
Oh, I do. Is there only like one egg at a time? Where's the other one?
No, you can take as many as you want. By the way, that would be Rathalos probably realizing we've stolen eggs and is coming to do terrible things to our butt sides.
Oh, found it.
That's Raffian. I am running.
Also, thank you, Engrel, for the subscription. I need to increase things for people to subscribe. I have been making plans for
stay back.
For commands for people to do when they're subscribers. Run! Run!
I'm on my way. I just
take trading. Just take the eggs. I'm taking care of Raffian.
Run!
Which way do we run? I don't know where we're running.
Just fucking run!
Thank you, Engrel, for the 14-month Tier 1 sub.
Ah! Thank you for the Tier 1 sub, Engrel! I'm sorry I can't say more about how you don't have to deal with advertisement in the demonstration of the emotes because I'm running away from a fucking dragon! Wait, where's the dragon?
Don't oversprint, or otherwise you will drop that egg.
Oh.
Just leave Blue and Xerix to deal with the dragon. We have to take these.
Do you know where we're going?
So we have to head to one of our camps. It doesn't matter which, we just have to head to one of them.
Do you know which one we're going to?
From our map, probably best to head to number 7, which is this way.
Okay. Because I don't know where we're going.
Not leave me up here.
Just don't oversprint it. Remember, I don't have pro-trans. Porter.
It's about to fall down, Xerix.
Yep. And I got it right. Got something extra, a special delivery for it.
I am being very, very careful. So just keep heading straight, Grant. You should come to... Where are we? If I know where we are... Oh, careful. So we are... Okay, so we're just down the vines. Go down the vines, and it should be up ahead of us as... Oh, shit!
You're good.
What did you do?
I jumped down, and I jumped down, and I fucking... I'm like, oh, crap, is this egg gonna break? Wait, can we crawl under with this egg?
No.
Shit, Camp 7 is useless then.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Yeah, we can't. Sorry, I keep interrupting.
Nah, it's also my fault. And the kobold's finally getting on.
Honestly, your best camp. I actually run all the way to Southwest Camp 1.
All right, Grant, over to Camp 1 then. Unless you've been able to crawl under.
No, I was not able to crawl under. I wanted.
Alright,
I trust you, but I wanted to confirm. Like the the remote on the couch when someone's sitting down, you ask them to get up.
Mm-hmm. Just be very careful because we are close to Jagras territory around here.
Noted.
Blue, unless you want to be one. Yes.
If you guys capture that, I'm going to be... Oh, they've captured it.
Getting washed away! Hey, at least I gave a warning this time.
Whee!
Instead of doing it like straight up like last time.
Alright, I think I know where I need to go.
Well, I appreciate it.
Head upwards from here. Head upwards.
Didn't want to repeat like last time.
No, you can still climb. You can climb. You just can't crawl.
No, I knew. I wasn't too sure if you meant upwards, like directly upwards, or if you meant like that.
Yeah.
Other
So
direction
follow this path. Follow this path, and we get straight over to Camp 1. No need to sprint it from here. Take it slow. Take it slow.
I have the Pro Gloves thingamajiggy. It was the thing I forgot to take off in the previous mission.
Yeah. But as I was saying, Ingril, I am actually trying to come up with some commands for subscribers to use. One thing I've actually got to steal off you at some point, Grant, is to get the tasty command back on.
Oh, okay.
Because everyone keeps asking for that one to be brought back on. The only thing is, I'm not going to do it with like how you've got yours that comes up on the screen. I'm just going to do it as a. I haven't got it yet, Kiryu. God.
You had it before, like you did a really good job where it was like the profile icon popped up and you went like hump and then burp.
But no, that was the other one. That's the Vor redeem. I'm talking about the tasty command, like with your himbo and.
Himbo and cute. Yep.
Yeah.
we go.
All right, move out of the way, Grant. Look at us!
Oh. Bug, hang on. No. Trying to get it. Damn it.
Yes, you ran all the way over there while me and Zarex had to deal with a angry mum.
Hey, it's not our fault she was pissed off at us. We were just
go on
stealing her eggs.
Yeah, and besides, like, you have previously worked in customer support and the hospitality business. If anyone was going to calm down an upset mother, it'd be you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, by capping them.
By capping them straight in the ass.
That's still valid.
That's what Zarek did. Typically, just capped him in the ass.
It worked.
But yeah, so I've got a few. Going back on my thing, I've got a few ideas that I want to do. So one is a belly rub redeem that'll be for everyone. The tasty command, bringing that back in.
Yep.
An animated belly hug redeem as well. So I've seen DA with this, where when someone does the hug thing, it'll slide over like a PNG of the person hugging his belly. Or not the person, just like your character here hugging his belly. I'm like, that is cute. I kind of want to steal that. And then, of course, the other one, which I love the idea of, and I'm thinking about doing it, is the Bowser down B command.
Oh, yeah.
What's the Bowser down? Am I going to regret asking this?
So, Bowser's main attack is down B, right?
Okay, so it's not down. I thought you were you were insinuating it was like a Bowser down bad.
No, I'm referring to Bowser's down B in Smash Brothers, where he'll sit on you. But I gotta get someone to draw up like a Bowser PNG of Bowser doing the down B rather than just using a generic image one.
Well, you could also be the Yoshi that does the down B. Hi there, Dazarus.
No, because the joke is that they can do it to me.
You have not fought the Pink Rathian. What's the Pink Rathian?
You'll find
out.
No,
it's a Rathian, but
we're not there yet. Sorry.
Not there yet. Too early.
You've got to talk to a specific person. But as I was saying, so the idea is you know how with the anvil, when the anvil drops on you, you go into ragdoll. I had the idea of doing that with Bowser, but somehow figuring out how to do the ragdoll from that. Or just instead when it makes impact, I'll just move my VTuber down below the stage and then have it being brought back up.
All right, we're getting more people into our fun little party. Hello, new guests, Dazzy and Engrel.
Oh, my
Hello.
Okay. Put my controller on real quick.
Hey, Code.
Your PNG is amazing, by the by,
chat.
Dazzy.
Yeah, my group PNG is very small, so let me bring them up a little bit.
Oh, is it the Lee's Punk?
Yeah.
Also, what was it I was checking, Dazzy? I mean, Blue?
Check the stream chat, as in the VC chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
the VC chat? Yeah. What is it? Hang on. It won't let me check it. Hang on. How do I check it? It won't let me open it up. Oh, hang on. Yeah, for some reason it won't let me up the actual open chat.
Okay, hang on a sec. I need to double check something. One moment, please. Let's see. Users.
Just can you send it? Oh, hang on. There we go. Found it. Yep. Love it. Yep. Do it. Love it.
Okay, so they're
Bowser
not here
occasionally does that in
yet.
Mario Party 3 if you land on the space.
Oh.
Sorry, what was that, Blue?
Oh, Bowser does that pose occasionally when you land on his space in Mario Party 3. We just call that sexy Bowser.
I mean, that is
Bowser
a very
down
sexy
bad.
Bowser.
Alrighty.
Apparently, I can't join because the lobby is privated.
There's the session. The
There's a
session
session
ID
ID.
is in the.
It's in the what's-a-mahoozy. It's in my chat. You do realize we're streaming right now, Desi, right?
Yeah, I know.
Hang on, Dazzy. I'll send you a message for that. Boop boop. There it is.
Alrighty. Let me quickly get this image that's been shared in the Discord because I think chat also deserves to see this and have a little be in on the little fun thing. I wish there was an easier way. Like, if I try and drag and drop images from like Google, it does this annoying thing where it's like, oh, this is a web browser source. Let's just web browser it at the full, you know, whatever resolution thing. But cookie for Jason, I don't like that. I don't like it doing the full size. I want it to figure out how big the image is and then just do an image like thingy-majiggy instead.
Yeah. And also, I've got it up on my stream as well for anyone who wants to see it there too. So it's like sexy bow, boom, boom, boom.
Also,
beautiful.
Boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom. Oh, hang on, that didn't work.
I was also thinking that you could be Bowser-fied for it.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, I would have to get a Bowser, like, you know, I would either have to get a Bowser PNG tuber or a Bowser model made up for that.
Yeah, which I think people would enjoy switching you between being a Yoshi and a big Bowser fight.
Yeah, so the idea at some point is I do want to get some more models made. I am planning, because there are a few people who do them actually pretty cheaply for around 300 to 400 Australian. And I'm looking to maybe update to those ones, depending on whether or not they can do my style or not. So there are a few that I'm looking at. There's one that Savage put me on to, who's really good. They're actually Australian as well.
Oh, cool.
They did Savage's one recently. Where is just trying to find my PM with Savage.
He sent it to me as well.
Yeah. It's Codan or something. Codan.
Alright, close this, get back into the game. I just had to... So yeah, because... So here's the thing, Dazarus. Sashera didn't know about this either. Or she forgot. You
sent it a month in advance.
I sent it 3 weeks in advance, not a month. And second off, I gave you the Discord like event invite, so you should have had a notification from the Discord like 2 times. One from the event starting at 6, and me coming live.
Welcome.
I did not.
You got notifications turned off.
I also haven't updated Discord in like a year. If that affects it, probably does.
What? This boggles me, okay? Because if
you haven't updated Discord,
not that, but like just the amount of like agnostic to the social media and like the internet Dazzy is, despite like, because here's the thing, is like quite honestly, out of the 6 of us here, Dazzy's probably the closest right now to hitting partner level. In terms of like number, crowd, engagement, yada yada yada, because Dazzy does the fucking stream 5 times a week for 9 hours straight.
It's 6 days a week, 11 to 12 hours a day for 72 hours a week.
That's fucking insane.
That's a full-time job.
He streams.
I mean, you might as well be getting paid. You might as well be getting paid for it as a full-time job.
He's getting close.
I do not. No.
You're not close yet?
No.
Aw.
I mean, I'm nearing partner, but like...
Fair,
Still quite
I don't run commercials on my channel. I only make like, out of a month, like 400.
400 a month?
I'm sorry. Only 400 a month.
Only 400 a month.
Only 400 a month.
400 American a month, which is almost like, what? 600-ish for us Australians?
It's 600 for the Australians, that's true. But Dazzy is in the United States, so it is like Dazzy doesn't get the benefit of like, oh, getting time and a half or any of that kind of nonsense. But just to put into context, Dazzy,
I would make like 5 times that for working half the time with not even half the responsibility.
I mean, yeah, I get that.
That is true.
Why do you do this to me, Blue?
We cannot deny that Dazzy works very hard.
You really do.
Hi, Sash.
Yeah, Dazzy works really. Dazzy does work really hard. Is the thing, and it's like doing all this kind of stuff where, you know, the whole Twitch thing. I feel like has the whole networking thing side of it, but it's like, oh, hasn't updated Discord in like a year, doesn't have Twitter, doesn't have Instagram, doesn't have Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Like,
it's true.
How the fuck did I ever find you in the first place? Is my first question.
Wolf told me to raid you.
Oh,
and
that's
you were
yeah.
playing
That's it.
Kingdom Hearts 1. You had just beaten the first boss in Traverse Town.
Jesus Christ.
Which was the Knight Armor.
You remember the moment of like, oh.
I remember almost every single people I raid when I first met them, and almost every follower.
That is impressive.
I have a really fucked up memory.
That's a well. At least it's a fucked up memory as in regards of like, you know, being able to hold moments like these and keep them as like quote unquote precious, rather than a case of like the only address I can ever remember is 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney.
So you say this, I still have no idea what my area code is. Every time I can ask my partner.
God damn it!
Hey babe, what's our area code? God damn it, I've told you this like 50 times already. I love you.
It's like 5 numbers for you, isn't it, as well?
What?
It's like the area code in the United States is just 5 numbers as well, right?
Yeah, it's 5 numbers.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say, so... In Australia, we are, like... Granted, there's a lot of things that Australia does better than the United States, but that's not really saying much, because it's like a 10th of the size with a 10th of the history. But Australia only has 4 numbers for the area code, and they only started running out of mobile phone numbers in 1960s, I want to say. So they had to introduce area codes to the numbers. So there used to be a time where Australian phone numbers were just 6 digits instead of 8 or 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Yeah. So, alrighty.
Grant, I'm gonna send you a picture that I found on Telegram. That is totally that is totally what I would expect a squid daddy to do.
What daddy? Oh.
Squid daddy.
Squid daddy?
From Baldur's Gate 3.
They're talking about a mine. They're talking about a mine flare. You know, I've like done some nonsense in my Discord where anyone that's invited to the VC has the like they're given a temporary role to the VC, so they're able to do stream, soundboard, sending messages, and reading messages.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How's the hunting?
Do not abuse this, otherwise I will give you, because like, you know, blocks will overrule allows if I set the block group higher.
What's that? Abuse the system?
No, do not.
I'd love to.
All right, we can have a 4th player. Let's see. It's me, Blue, and Dazarus. You've gone very far into this game as well, Dazarus, haven't you? Like...
No, I have the wheel. Code knows about it. I have the wheel of misfortune where I have to roll. It's the weapon I get every day, and it's like, oh, I'm finally progressing, and the next day it's like, and back to low rank, fighting Jagras. Cool.
You look like a ninja.
Yeah. I spun the wheel today, and I've got great sword at the moment.
Oh, never mind. You're not a ninja. You're a dark lord.
And here's the thing though, unlike with Dazzy, people can respin my wheel.
Oh, really?
That's true.
They can respin the wheel. For 2,500 points, you can respin the wheel every 30 minutes.
Joe Cat.
Oh yeah.
I will say this though, I have completed this entire game solo, minus Behemoth solo.
The silly head, the wobble.
Wigglers, aren't they?
The Wiggle hat.
Sucks.
Oh, actually, Grant, you should be able to do the Wiggler quest to get the hat if you want it.
Well, another time.
Get the Wiggle hat, Grant. You know you need it.
You cannot convince me.
You need it.
You cannot convince me. There's already like enough games.
I'm wrestle for it.
Is this a button mashing thing?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. What's the button?
B.
Don't know.
Oh, sorry, I'm on controller. That's for controller.
2, 1.
I have no idea for PC.
It'd be the same as your action, so.
Dang it! Oh.
All right, Grant. All right, Grant. Now let's do this.
Oh no! Don't know. What is no? Okay.
Oh, wrong button. I already started spamming it in advance.
Oh, I'm gonna get fucked up. I know this. Yeah, nah, I thought so.
You're using mouse and keyboard though, aren't you, Dazzy?
No, I'm using controller. Fuck that shit.
Here's the thing: is I can click faster with the mouse than I can the controller, because Yeah, I imagine blue. Actually, blue.
Oh, Mike.
Blue.
Yeah.
Blue.
Green.
You have some button mashing skills, do you not? After a few games of Mario Party.
Everyone
let's do
I've
this.
in my party can never beat me in button mashing.
Let's go, Xerix. Or Blue.
Alright.
Would you like to demonstrate to Dazarus?
No, Blue first.
Blue first.
Yeah.
Demonstrate to Dazarus.
I'm ready to get fucking destroyed.
I want to see this now.
I want to see this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Let's see
What
this.
is the button for this?
Come on!
It's B on controller or whatever your action is.
Oh. Oh. Oh!
Oh!
Good shit, though.
Nice work.
Oh my lord.
To be fair, I think it's cheating because for me it's left click.
Yeah, that's fine. Like
Yeah.
either way, like I was doing left click
and
as
B
well.
At the same time.
I was
it's
doing.
cheating 'cause look at those muscles. Jesus.
I'm making Zeebs proud just this once. If he's even
Zeebs
paid
proud.
attention to my freaking armor.
Okay, I have a new strategy.
No, we're not.
One more time.
What do you mean we have a new strategy? We're getting ready to go. We got 4 players
fine.
now.
I was gonna use mouse and controller.
Ah, I
Are
see.
you looking at me? Are you looking at me, Zeebs?
I'm looking at you. I'm seeing the barely wearing anything and just the wiggler head.
Listen,
what armor am I going
But
after?
here's the thing, what do you do when you're having trouble with a Master Rank Elder Dragon, signal SOS, and then 3 naked people with a wiggler heads just show up and kill the Elder Dragon?
The answer is simple. Solo it with a hammer, it's the god weapon of the game.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
It is not the god.
I'm on hammer train now.
Oh, I forgot to
go.
tell you, these 3 people are all using heavy bow gun. I'm like, oh man.
I'm just bringing dual blades to make Grant money.
Oh, because you're gonna put your
bandit mantle on you, yeah.
Yep. Smart.
Alrighty, let's see.
Very smart.
I'm expecting this to go like lickety split time.
Actually, do I have the command on for wheel spin?
Get this if I drink it.
Yep.
Alright, get your bandit
Oh, yeah,
mantle
yeah, yeah.
on.
So,
Grant, make sure you grab all the shinies to the ground, right?
Oh yeah, so the Monster Hunter Twitter did a poll for the top monster. Guess who was ranked at 20?
Who?
Crimson Glow Valstrax.
Okay.
And then it was followed, and then at 19 is Shigura Magala.
I can see it.
Who was ranked at number 1 though?
We don't know yet.
Oh, so it's only currently running through it.
Oh, I didn't get any food buff. I should have got that. Oh well.
Oh, I
dear.
didn't. I forgot that as well.
Shinies are dropping though.
Paralyzed.
Don't mind me, I'm mounting the monster.
Oh god, you put it in a wheelchair?
Tails
hey,
off.
the tail's off.
And there's shinies under the tail.
Oh god, there are shinies.
Oh crap, I didn't mean that.
shinies.
Why is it shiny?
It's the loot I'm dropping for you guys.
Oh my god, please,
Got bandit
sir,
mantle on.
calm down.
Whenever I score crit, I basically get a loot. And it's per attack.
Alright, mounting it again.
More shinies.
Mounting it in front of all of these children, how could you?
It's their problem, not mine.
Pick up the gold shinies or they will despawn.
Thank you, Dazzy.
Yeah, Grant, you don't want to lose
there it
those
is.
golden shinies. The precious.
There you go.
The precious like piss-colored scales.
Well, the thing is, if you get like 10 of them, it's like 15,000 zen in each run.
Oh, okay.
Ow! Lynx, why?
Which will cover, you know, good amount of gear.
I gotta be careful while Lynx is around. He's got enough points to do terrible things. Alright, I need to go after some Horneters.
Alrighty.
I hate getting materials from those things.
You have ecology jewels or the trait for it?
I think it's geology.
believe...
Wait, no, it's not geology.
No, it's ecology.
Yeah, it's ecology, yeah.
Yeah, I believe I've got some ecology stuff. But I've also got plenty of Horniter investigations as well.
Yeah, let me throw some on for you.
Hang on, let me see.
Jesus Christ, the back muscles are like crazy detailed.
If you're scared about me doing bad things, why make them so cheap? Man's got a point.
They got a point.
Yeah, this is why the maid outfit is like so expensive, and there's a temptation to be like, right. Heck,
oh no, I mean something
and
else.
maid outfits need to now be like, you know, biddies instead of channel points.
No, Grant.
See, that's why I also want to do like subscriber commands and stuff like that to really give like emphasis on, here's what you get for being a subscriber.
Yeah, fair enough.
Here's all this nice things that you can get for subscribing to my channel.
Okay, I have no way of.
Oh, so yeah, it's not entomologist. It's I just found it, and then I lost it. It's the specimen jewel. If you want to find it by the jewel name.
I don't think I've got specimen jewels. Do I?
How am I supposed to?
Thunder, stun, fortify. No, I got rid of a lot of my jewels to try and make some good quality ones. I need to go after some tempered monsters at some point soon.
Oh, my hunting rank isn't high enough for that. Okay, so how am I supposed to like go into the new place? Also, sorry.
The high rank, you've got to talk to a certain character for the high rank stuff.
Wildspire. There we go. It's telling me I need to go over there. Let's just go with Central Campus. So, what in the world is Sashara and Xerix talking about? Hang on. Dan now wants a beta. Blue. If he gets a beta, it's gonna have to be the only fish. There's room on the desk for a beta tank if we really want.
I would love a beta fish. They are adorable. The only thing is, though, is I would worry about.
Our mini.
I would worry about.
You're talking about real fish.
Yeah, Japanese fighting fish.
Ah.
Oh yeah, they fight each other if there's like two of them.
Yeah.
They fight anything. There's anything in there.
Could they like
true,
jump
yeah.
tanks if they're close enough?
They can
Possibly,
actually. I have
depending on what
heard
the tank's like. If it's like an open top, they can.
I have heard like they'll even jump out and attack the people. Just
Really?
because. Yeah, I've heard that they will actually jump out and try and bite someone.
We'll get fighting fish, but I'm not allowed to have a big cat as a pet.
Well, one can't really kill you.
Oh no, like you
If you die to this
Unless you
fish,
open your
well,
mouth and swallow it whole, and it just goes and fucks you up entirely.
I mean, at least it's not that one type of fish that could just, well...
Pufferfish?
Fighting fish aren't exactly big either, is what Lynx is saying
No,
too.
they're smaller than goldfish. Well, goldfish
I
get
will
quite
say-
big, that's the thing.
But they're just so beautiful to look at, though. Their scales and their long tails, they're just so pretty.
They are, but the fish that I was talking about is one that can basically go into a certain area in the body.
Oh, the penis fish. You're talking about the penis fish.
Yep.
The wingus fish.
Is that the actual name?
No, I just call it wingus fish. I know the one you're referring to. It will swim up somebody's wee-wee and go straight in their wee-wee and then barb itself inside the wee-wee.
Yeah, here's the other thing as well. It is strong enough, and it will normally go for warmer waters. So if you're in the middle of pissing in like a river in Africa, that's the danger you could run into. Even if you're just like, sort of swimming around in like swim trunks and you decide to like just piss that way.
That's why I would wear budgie smugglers. Nothing's getting in those.
Yeah.
So yeah. Can't do shit.
Any Aussie will know what I mean when I'm talking about budgie smugglers.
The equivalency of like tidy whities for the pool. I'm sorry for ruining your fun there, Code.
No, you're all good. But like, I went cross-legged just after explaining that myself, and I'm like,
no.
Did I explain it?
Sash is just sort of like, why are we on this current discussion? Because you're not here to, like, you know, set the discussion however it is you want, okay?
Yeah,
there is
Sash,
nothing
yeah.
but dudes in here, so it'll be about dude things. Things like the latest Monster Hunter, or whether Hawaiian pizza is really pizza.
It is not. It's an offense.
It's still a pizza, okay?
It's an
still a
abomination.
pizza.
Yeah, because here's the thing, is that anyone that, like, you know, if you have any meat on your pizza and you say that's a pizza, and you're trying to, like, argue that only the Italians do it best, you're already breaking the rules, because
I mean,
no
at
Italian
least we
pizza
can-
had meat.
Pizza's more American than Italian at this point.
Yeah, because
It really
the
is.
Americans
Yeah.
made it better.
At least we can all agree we're not that
yeah.
guy who sits there asking about where's the cheese on that other pizza.
Ah, the deep dish.
I
Mm-hmm.
don't know what you're on about, and we'll just move on. Like you lot would listen anyway. Hi there, Bruiser.
It's if you've not seen that TikTok about the this guy's looking at someone cooking a deep dish pizza and goes, "That's a lot of sauce. Where's the cheese?"
Oh, are they looking at, like, one of the Chicago deep pan pizzas?
Yeah. One of those ones. Yeah.
That one does get contentious, because the thing is that, like, the history of the pizza and the Parmesan, for instance, comes from Italian immigrants entering into the United States, which majoritively at the time was in New York, and so New York prides itself on Italian heritage and the cuisine there. So.
But I just love how everyone was going on about it. And there was an updated one just recently where this guy gets into, like, this real close-up and goes into this whole big rant after he talks about it.
Yep.
Oh, I need to find it again because it was fucking hilarious.
I'm honestly
It's a-
surprised that a Parmesan wasn't an Australian thing.
Actually, I think both versions started at the same time, or around the same time.
It was utilized by the Italians first, so progenitor, like, before the chicken parmy, but a similarity, like, that I think was using, like, mushroom or something like that, was done in Italian cultures because, you know, vineyards and what have you, but immigrants in both U.S. and Australia. So Australia did have immigrants.
Yeah.
As much as sorry, I'll shut up. Moving on.
It's okay, Grant. It's okay.
All right, where the fuck am I supposed to go? All right, Code. Where am I supposed to go?
So what's the quest? Investigate the Wildspire Waste.
Yes.
It should be somewhere. I thought around area. No, you've got to go to the west. So go to the west to the left.
Oh,
on your map.
It was like,
Yep.
Yep. The left, the foresty area to your left.
probably the big area in it.
Oh, this area that's opened up?
Yeah.
It was.
All right.
Oh, and I did something for when we play Final Fantasy 14 together.
1 second, Grant. Let me have a look at your actual stream on the Discord, so I can give you.
It's not doing what I want. Hang on a second, because I think I had to, like, get up here. There we go.
Yeah. So I think it's like area, like just beyond there. You'll see like a small foresty area.
Like
that's
here?
where you need to go.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like where all the poison shit is.
Oh, did you hear how Miyazaki for the Elden Ring DLC was like, I heard everyone had their thoughts about me making my poison swamps in the game. There will be a poison swamp featured in the DLC, but I would like to have you know that you might find that this poison swamp is designed differently, as it has your criticism in my mind. The criticism, Miyazaki, was that you kept making poison swamps. Stop making poison swamps!
It's not going to stop that, because that same interview he said he reflected upon poison swamps and realized that he just enjoys them.
God damn it.
So this poison swamp is even going to be more poisony and more swampy.
How could you be more poisonous? Because, like, the Scarlet Rot, I feel like
Instant
was
death.
like one of the worst ones.
That was a rough one.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that might have been a rough one for some.
Technically, that doesn't count. Because
Let's not forget Blight Town.
Oh.
I feel like Blight Town is a limitation of its design, not Like, it wasn't...
That's more of what I'm referring to. Earlier version of
Blighttown just ran like ass.
Yeah.
Like, the frame rate just, for some reason, was like...
10 frames per fucking second, and I'm like, oh.
Oh, it was...
This is from those who
bad
played the
on PC.
original 360 version and the PC version.
Yeah.
I played the PC version after they stripped the games for Windows.
This is a
from it.
rifling trail.
Very
Really?
bad. Yeah, that was
What?
awful
That can't be
because
right.
to strip that out of there, they
wrong.
had to do a bunch of stuff to it.
Yeah,
Like,
and
gut
what's
a bunch of
more
things,
is,
and it just
like,
broke.
bonfires were just not greatly designed. The enemy that was giving you, like, you know, the stuff that would
New
actually...
target. Let's get that puke puke.
Oh, cookie.
There you go. Your quest is complete.
So
now you've got to kill it.
Because when they designed it, it's like, oh, here's a poison swamp.
Watch yourself.
What is your counter to poison or something? It's like, oh, it's from these guys that shoot like poison darts. But they were so annoying that they're one of the few enemies that are not a boss that decide to, you know, when you kill them one time, they do not respawn. Because dealing with them would have just been way too much.
Well, the worst part about those, they didn't deal poison damage. They deal toxin damage, which is different. It needs a different thing to cure it.
Yeah.
That's why they were annoying, because it was like, I can't actually cure it with the thing that you drop.
Okay.
That's so horrible.
It was very true. It was just, yeah, a bit like cheeky there.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to piss off Rotobod.
Yeah, neither did I.
Don't mind us, Rotobod.
I can't deny I'm incredibly hyped.
So yeah.
DLC though.
I'm very
I might
mad.
go and.
I love FromSoft games. They're just.
I might stream Elden Ring when the DLC comes out because I feel like it's going to be more fun when it does. Also, I just noticed Xerix has changed his PNG tuber to a Rothgar, big fat kitty Rothgar, and I love it.
I was looking and I was like, wait, did Spiky join us somehow?
I actually thought for a second it was Spiky. I'm sorry, it did kind of give me Spiky vibes.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He's now noticing it too.
Wait, which one's Dano? Dan has a point, you know. Oh yeah, Bruiser Dano is Sashera's Dan. I have to remember this. I need to remember relationships more. So yeah.
What is a relation? How do you ship it?
I don't know. Ask Jason.
Is it $4.99 plus postage and handling?
Oh, we gotta explain this to Spiky now.
Come on. Why won't this fucking bird die?
Because it is a high-level burb.
Why is it high level?
Yeah, welcome to high rank.
They just decide to change the
They're older.
Yeah, so also a lot of their spawn locations will change up now. So you'll get certain red doggos in the Coral Highlands.
That was always the case in low rank, though.
Yeah, they're about.
Yeah.
I think I don't remember them being in low rank as well.
Differences is there's a new invading monster, which I will not say yet because Grant needs to suffer that first.
Yeah, he does. He does need to suffer that.
Pookie's now in the waste, so is Angie eventually.
How?
There are certain colored animals, as we all know. Again, I'm not going into details, so Grant can suffer that. And after you do those, it's time for Elder
running
Dragons.
to the cats as well.
We love the idea of Grant suffering. We love the idea of Grant suffering.
As a streamer, I understand these things need to happen.
We're sorry, Grant, but you know your suffering has to happen.
Alrighty. I cannot remember the.
But we're all ready to laugh when the suffering happens, right?
Yep.
We're all ready to laugh. Okay.
Yeah. This is the part where we turn our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready.
It'll really come in when he starts fighting bagels.
Bagels? Oh, are you talking about like the bat with the bagel on its neck?
No.
Oh, let's just not silent.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
It's not violent.
You
You'll
have to
find
keep him
out.
down as many times
Yeah,
as you
you'll
do.
find out.
I just don't want to
Yeah,
come off
don't
as
tell him.
floaty or pretentious.
Although I'm more excited for him to see the pickle.
The pickle.
Oh yeah.
These are weird
I wanted
fucking
to see the
nicknames.
B-52.
These are weird fucking nicknames for animals. I hope you understand. Of like,
Grant-
oh, the bagel, the bagel,
Grant,
the pickle.
I was in your situation because when Code kept talking about the pickle, I was like, "What are you talking about? What is this pickle?"
Yeah.
It does make sense.
To be fair, I did the same thing to Code and egg him on the same thing.
Yeah. I would not be surprised if I hear like, oh, here's tomato slice, or here comes cheddar.
Like, I knew of pickle back when I first played through, but I got to Iceborne, like, just because I think the pickle came out around the same time, like, Iceborne sort of released, if I'm not mistaken.
Nah, Pickle came out a year after Monster Hunter World came out, and Iceborne came out 2 years after.
Yeah, because I beat the base game of Monster Hunter World, and, like, the pickle was not in it at the time, and sort of, like, when Iceborne came out, I pretty much went straight to Iceborne after that.
How much longer are you playing for Grant? Half an hour, maybe an hour. I'm gonna be real with you. The party games, I find if the rest of the party is jiving, I will definitely be in there for like an hour, just because I like chatting. This is the problem when it's like I go to like proper board game nights in real life. They're just super interested in the ooh, hang on, I can.
They're interested in the chat while you're
No,
all
they're
like, hey!
they're interested in the game, and I'm interested in the chat.
Oh yeah.
And then Trank Bomb. Trank Bomb.
Are you okay? We should head back
There we
and
go.
report to the commander.
Help if you let me kill them instead, so that you can get the cartridges.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that requires being smart and patient, and I'm neither one of those.
I'm giving other people a chance to play with Zeebs.
He's soloing right now.
Yeah, because I need to like
what-
do
well,
thingamajiggies.
I'm
like, return to
currently
Asteria.
fighting the enhanced variant of Val Hazak for the bioweapon quest.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah.
These all
I
make
think
no
I know what
sense
that
to
is,
me.
so I'll just nod.
Yeah.
The true fear, and the thing I can't wait for Grant to do is fight Bird Up.
Oh, that's a
That would
tiny
be the
battle
greatest
boss.
joy of my life.
Bird up.
Bird up.
I'm actually doing quite fine because I'm using Insect
I
Glaive.
know what Bird Up is. What is Bird Up?
I don't, I'm just thinking of the fucking. I'm thinking of the sound clip. Bird up. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll find out.
Fair.
Trust me. You cannot, once you know Grant, you cannot unknow.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
Fair
I
enough.
don't think
Live
I've
with
experienced
PTSD.
that.
Hey, look at this. I'm now Hunter rank 11.
You're now in the high rank zone, Grand. Welcome to the
What's up,
the
Grant?
high rank.
I've got good news and bad news for you.
The bad news is I'm basically starting from 1 because as far as high rankers go, this is a very low tiddly number, I noticed.
Well, it's more that you're starting from 1 because that now every single monster you fought, you can now re-hunt for better gear, and you kind of want to because all your weapons now can go even further. And
Yep.
all that food you found in the game, yeah, you can go back and go get it again now because now there's 2 rare options for each node. I
Is
believe.
everyone present?
Rightio.
Good. And let's begin this.
I need one more hunt to get the rest of that Horneta stuff.
If you're happy vibing Sashara, that's fine. You and your... Hang on a second. I need to get my buttons ready. You and your boyfriend can just hang out and just vibe and watch the Zeebs and all the dudes playing.
Are we actually the only people here with a couple? Or as a couple?
I mean,
Fruity.
Jason and Code. Blue, do you have a partner in the chat?
No.
All right, Dazzy, do you have a partner in the chat?
In chat, no.
No.
Upstairs sleeping because it's 5 a.m. Yes.
What are you doing awake at 5 a.m.?
Yeah, it's okay.
I stream 8 a.m. to, or sorry, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. every day, Grant. What do you think I'm doing?
Hello.
I'm back to running VODs.
I mean, there are things I could say you could be doing, but I don't think that they're appropriate for children to hear.
We resolved the mystery
What
surrounding Zora
children?
Magdaros.
I am a
I've received some alarming news.
hyper himbo zebra wearing a maid outfit. We just talked about penis fish and all kinds of weird nonsense, and I have an 18+ warning for either sexual content or adult themes like taxes
The field team
and the
reports
cost
they're
of
observing
living
a
becoming
shift in
too
monster
high.
behavior.
No
Wait,
child
invading
should
other
know that
territories.
living costs money.
Wait, so we haven't started talking about, was it the gooey duck?
The what?
The what?
Oh,
I know.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
the
glad
gooey duck.
everyone was all like, the what?
So
No, I know
it's gooey duck, but
On
it
top of this
spells
disturbing
geoduck.
information is the sudden appearance of older and more powerful monsters.
So has anybody heard the new drama coming from, oh, what the fuck is the title?
Helldivers?
No.
Fortnite?
No, it's called... Let's see.
Is it like about the Wilbur or whatever the fuck his name is,
Nope.
where it's like
It's called Sweet Baby Incorporated.
Much more powerful than the types of monsters
never
we're
heard
used
of
to
it.
seeing.
They
Never
are
heard
a
of it.
consulting group for video games that have been responsible for some really bad choices for games that... Actually, let me pull up the list real quick.
this is going to be
Oh.
interesting. I was not thinking.
Suicide Squad kills the
Number of
Justice
hunters
League.
have already been hurt.
Oh.
yeah.
Last of Us 2.
The other day we
Let's see
discovered a
here.
strange- my
Oh,
opinion is that
yes,
it
the one from
belongs to a
Bethesda we would never
size and
announce ever
other
again because it came
distinctive-
from space and was awful.
I highly doubt this is a
Oh.
coincidence.
So, what
Lots
was their
and lots of
contribution to these games?
Apparently, they were
Zappa
a consulting group that
350
helped
demands you
curb
drink.
some of the more
Our damn
experimental or
jobs.
more out there
You're a research
ideas,
commission.
and in short, they just made the
research.
games played super safe and really boring.
Like,
Really?
And
So like
the new
even-
drama is that there was a group on apparently Steam who literally made a, hey, this corporation worked on these games and only a list of that, and they got super pissed off and started banning them on Steam, and that's the whole thing.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Because here's the thing. Consultants saying, like, how a game needs to be made and such like that doesn't strike me as, oh, shadow government nefarious nonsense to the same level as,
it's
like,
not shadow government shenanigans.
It's not like the Red Scare shit where it was like, oh, here's a blacklist of people that have socialist views.
No,
Commie.
it was literally just a Steam group making a list of like, hey, this company worked on these games, so if you're not into this stuff, don't do this. And then they went super fucking crazy.
Yeah, that part there, the one where it's like, oh, you're telling people about shit that, we don't normally make it easily announced, but are technically, not hidden information. Like, yeah,
you want to know what they were
fucky.
responsible for?
What are they responsible for?
They're responsible for the entirety of the character known as Eva from Borderlands 3, or Ava, whatever her name was.
Oh,
The entirety of the character.
The apprentice under the second siren.
Yeah.
Oh.
The reason why Maya died was because of this company. People are like,
while you're out there.
Valid. If you can blame.
Wait a minute.
But exercise extreme
This is
caution.
reminding me of another game that company that had it so that one character died. Oh, Ace in the Grand Mine.
Wait,
Oh,
Did
because Ace's tattoo.
oh, gotcha.
So Ace's tattoo in the manga version of One Piece is the what was considered later on the swastika used by the Germans, but it's done as the manji symbol.
Okay, partner?
Oh.
That's actually known in Japan for that kanji.
Okay, the issue with the manji being seen as the Nazi symbol is that's just a very often a translation issue whenever content from because the manji symbol you're talking about is not limited to One Piece. The manji system is also the seal that is put on Neji Hyuga, the branch family member from the Hyuga clan. They changed it to like this weird X thingy-majiggy instead of a manji. The manji is like a very common symbol in Japan, and it's like Buddhist ties and what
not
have
just
you.
Japan, also in China.
Yeah,
I used to work at a museum for a while, and it was used in a lot of different things.
The problem
all
was, and
the
the reason.
shrines, if it's a Shinto shrine over there, will have it.
Yeah.
The problem was, and this was the reason why Ace was supposedly killed off, was because of that very symbol. because the original manga, the creator didn't want to change it, so he was basically just told to kill off the character.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was basically one person that pointed it out and said that Ace should have died.
And that's why in the One Piece anime, it's changed to a cross with Whitebeard's face on it, rather than the manji with Whitebeard's face on it.
Yeah, yep. Oh, wait, hang on, not crafting, upgrading.
And apparently there was some architecture on some columns that had the manji, or something similar to it, but it wasn't the swastika.
Oh god. Fuck you, Bagel.
Oh no, is the bagel going after you, is it?
I'm fine.
Where you at, Dazzy? I can come give you a hand.
Nah, I'm fine. I'm in expedition. I'm just shaving off skills. They lose their skills, they drop our 10,000 Xenia pop.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Ooh.
So I'm just shaving off bits of it.
Whoa!
Damn it.
Hang on, Angel. I'll come give you a hand.
Yeah,
I don't have everything I need.
actually, it would be better if only 2 people go at that point. Now that I think about it.
I feel like this game just has it in for me. Anytime someone joins, it's like, someone's joining you? Let's fuck you up right now.
Yeah.
We gotta do some quote unquote balancing.
Yeah, as soon as it pops up with that message, I always get just destroyed. It's like, what? Slightly overtuned, just a little bit.
Yep.
Don't worry, I'll save you, Angro.
I was doing fine before.
Hi there, Alexander. Welcome to the
stream. And
you are absolutely correct on that as well, where like the symbolism is just, you know, sort of stolen and such, because it would be similar to, I'm trying to think, what would be a Western symbol that has been like sort of exploited and you know, turned from to deviousness, because Christian cross, like, that's not it, because
it would be probably a lot of
I have
stuff
another
that was
example.
stolen from Native Americans.
Pentagram.
Maybe. I was gonna say like peace symbol is, or like the 2 fingers peace is like a has had a lot of different connotations over the years.
Ow.
Okay.
Because of how people have used it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh,
You-
hey, the Booteki Teki is and the little thingy.
I love you, Grandpa Unicorn Horse, but if you keep shocking me with lightning, I will kill you. Well, I'm gonna kill you anyway, but you know.
Well, you can't capture because Elder Dragon.
I kind of wish I wish I could capture him, because I love my Grandpa Unicorn.
Actually,
Slay.
I kind of want Wiles to change that.
No.
I mean, well, with some of them. Of course, you can't really capture, like, Kushala and...
The thing is,
Murky.
the reason why you can't is because Elder Dragons are considered a force of nature. They are nature itself.
Yeah.
And you can't really capture nature.
Yeah, it's the same sort of interpretation that's provided to those who are archetypes and avatars.
True.
It's why Darkseid will, you know, never be defeated, because as a god, he's actually, you know, granted a new god. It's like a driving force and nonsense.
Okay,
But he
yeah,
is
that
defeated
does
several
make sense.
times and killed in several of the comic series.
Yeah, he's killed several times and what have you, and then in Elseworlds, it is a case of, yeah, he has been killed and such in the pursuit of the anti-life equation. But but the thing is, canonically, as a new god, there is like a sort of a dimension much similar to the Ascians in Final Fantasy XIV, where, you know, they don't like explicitly die, unless you go through like a couple dozen steps of like capturing the Aether and such. But in the case of Darkseid, there isn't, you know, a technique to, you know, quote unquote capture him and such, because he's a dimension basically, not a soul.
Yeah. I guess in a way that you could at least try and figure out a way to surefire way to weaken the Elder Dragons, maybe?
Yeah, look, I kind of think the idea of trying to capture an Elder Dragon is... I agree on Dazzy's one. It just doesn't, you know, sort of work in the context for For Monster Hunter.
Is it the
But
idea
he was-
that you can't how do you crouch?
You can't capture nature.
No, you can.
Well, not only that,
Well,
though,
yeah, the begs differ.
there's a lot of reasons why they don't allow it, because like a raging Anjanath is one thing, but like if you capture an Anjanath and you have it in captivity, and it just pissed off, it won't break through steel. But a Teostra will just melt the entire camp.
Yeah.
A Valhazak will literally just cause a plague and kill everyone.
I was about to say, what's the plague one? Because that one just like.
Yeah, Valhazak.
Valhazak.
Yeah.
Which I'm currently
Its
fighting right
acidity is
now.
poison.
Yeah,
I've
you're
also been
fighting
voice
the
chill.
variation.
I'm fighting the freaking Resident Evil collab version.
Yeah, you're basically fighting a variation of a variation.
I would love to have seen more collab monsters, because I mean we got in like Peacemaker for Metal Gear Solid, an actual Metal Gear Solid monster from Monster Hunter.
Yeah, and then we have the two Evangelon monsters.
These make no sense to me.
If you want PTSD, we could fight the Great Leshen.
Oh yeah,
No. Oh, I still need to fight that.
He's easier than
I still need to go through that mission.
I am sorry, but
Great Leshen is just sucks.
Ow!
No, the way you do Great I mean, I always focus hammer mains, to me, that's why. But Great Leshen, my strategy was always, there was a cliff you could jump off of in several areas of the ancient forest where you can, with a hammer, run off, or at least roll off, and smash back on over and over again repeatedly to just beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
Again, no hammer main.
Heal, 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 heal.
Yep.
I think my main would definitely be probably Insect Glaive would be my main.
Don't look at me, horse.
But then of course I do like to try a little bit of everything because it's fun to learn the new weapons and get an idea of what each person needs to go through for a hunt.
I mean, it's definitely worth it because.
I feel like the benefit of Monster Hunter is the fact that you can experiment with the different builds and.
Nice.
Never mind, you guys won.
We have killed Grandpa Pony.
I did nothing.
That's all right. Get up here. Get some.
I did my part.
Is it up or down?
I did my part.
It's up, right up the top.
Right up the top.
Yep.
I still hope they get Kieran's angrier cousins in the game.
Yeah. Oh, the golden version. Yeah.
No, not the golden one. There's an ice one.
Which monster?
I did nothing to
Kieran has an ice cousin.
So good.
I think it's called a Roshi or a Bushi or some shit like that. He's way harder.
I hate this stupid zombification.
Would you
the
need people to join
effluvium?
in and help you, Blue?
I don't think they can because
I don't think we can.
I'm the only one that can, and I know that I am not prepared to fight it.
Yeah, and let's just say losing the ability to use items and losing the ability to evade sucks.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
But I'm technically cheating because I'm evading by using the Insect Glaive helicopter attacks.
Yeah. And to answer your questions, Fen, World is going really good. We're all having a very good time.
Yeah. It's nice. The highlight for me every time I do these
We need to
is
find more
the
of our
conversation
Mystery
and
Monsters
just
trail.
the
We should check
vibe.
every region. You can go on an expedition or
Still
an
can't believe I
optional
never
quest.
played this
Take your
game
pick.
until now. It's like the exact type of game I like.
I keep recommending this to everyone. If you like Monster Hunter, I could recommend a few good ones like God Eater 1, 2, and 3, as well as fuck, I can't remember. I can't pull the name out. Teokaiden.
Teokaiden.
Teokaiden is from the Dynasty Warriors franchise.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So you get to swing around large weapons and deal with monsters, and there's also smaller monsters on top of that.
That's cool.
The
I think
monster
the next one after this, though, is that I have to do is Dragon's Dogma.
Yes.
Code's been asking me to do. Was it Dragon's Dogma as well? Because there's going to be a sequel.
Yep. Haven't played it, so
I am
got it.
I am super excited for it. Like I am really excited.
Ooh.
And I just finally saw the gameplay footage for the new Mystic Spearhead vocation, which is one of the classes you can play as. And I'm like, oh my god, I love it!
You're gonna have to show me that, because I'm always interested.
I put it in the gaming chat on my Discord, so for some of the vocations and the videos on gameplay.
Alright.
Do I have a... What is this? Oh, Zora Magnums. Right.
And also because the one thing I love in Dragon's Dogma is the fact that you can create your character and your pawn exactly how you want, pretty much within its character creation. Like you could make it like it's sort of like how like Street Fighter 6 kind of did theirs a little bit, where you could make this big buff dude with like these itty bitty legs.
What am I doing wrong?
You have not had.
Search for Rathian tracks.
Oh yeah,
Go
so
investigate.
you'll need to do high rank missions for those.
Okay, so I go to the lady.
We're on the hunt.
Or you can do expeditions and high rank expeditions.
So I go to optional and I go to this one, the 2.
No. You want to go to that one. Yeah.
Literally anything that's in that difficulty.
Yep.
Okay.
Or just go out on an expedition, or go out and not Zora Magnus. That actually,
No.
It's got to be a googly-eyed green monster.
Yep. And actually, I need to hunt Puke a little bit too, so I'll give you a hand.
I'll join in a second.
Yeah, I'll join as well.
Just remember, any hunt Dazzy joins is an automatic kill hunt, so make sure you try and get your captures in.
John Week has joined the online session. Who's John Week in this chat? I
Whoever it is
answers.
is either watching you or is watching me.
Alrighty.
No. Hey, I haven't joined your quests in a while. I've just finished taking down the Valhazak.
You sounded frustrated. I think you need like a nice little because I think this one will be a nice calm one for you, won't it?
You need a chaser hunt, you know, like to wash it down with.
Where
Yeah,
do I
here's
go
the
for
thing,
food?
like, losing the ability to use items is fine, I guess, but losing the ability to evade and dodge,
Yeah, that's
really annoying.
Yeah, that's just a recipe for pain.
Okay, so that's the Smitty. Where's the...
Okay, did I get enough? Okay, got enough of the thing I need.
If you ever need play the second or third God Eater on stream, I'd love to join you. I would be more than happy to. Honestly, I have been dying to get like a group of people together to do God Hunter 1, 2, and 3. And then Code Vein, because if you know the ending of Code Vein, you'll know why I'm excited to see people play Code Vein. So I'm like,
Oh, definitely. I just need to get that and God Eater 3.
Left the quest? What happened to the quest?
What?
Oh, Grant jumped out. That's
Thieves when you didn't even ready up.
Wingdrake's in a frenzy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where did wild nearby?
Oh, I landed right on top of Pookie.
Oh, it dropped me here. It said it was in a frenzy.
Oh, there's some ore behind you, Grant. Grab that. It's the silver shit.
It's almost as if I just grabbed it just then. By the by, Dazzy, if you want like a more up-to-date of where I am and such in case of any like stream delay, the Discord has got me.
Oh god, Wild Saber, you alright, mate?
Bit of a scare. I was almost tricked and hacked on stream. Was locked out of my account, but recovered it. Didn't get any personal data, thank God. Okay,
mate, activate
good.
two-factor authentication right now and change your passwords.
That and change your passwords, as Code said, okay? Because if they tried in one area, you do not want negligence to be the reason they got into another.
And mate, trust me, as someone who had his Discord hacked and lost everything on that, two-factor authentication is a fucking lifesaver.
Yeah.
Especially when they shoved a keybot on when I created a second account and they got the account to that one too.
God damn it.
I mean, you giggle at it, but I didn't realize that was on until I created the second account.
Yep. No, sorry. I didn't mean to giggle. It was just a case of God damn
Oh,
it.
no, I get it. Everyone's had a giggle at it after a while, so I'm like, yeah, okay. I see my stupidity in all of that.
Munchberry. Where the fuck does it want me going? Oh,
Code Vein was... You picked up Code Vein for $4, did you, Sven? That's nice. I gifted Grant Code Vein because I'm all like, this is a game I think Grant would really love, given it's got that nice difficulty that's sort of fair, but it's also got a story I think Grant would really get into.
These are all great qualities, except for the fact I haven't yet started playing it.
No, I mean, you've got like 20 other games you've got to get through, so it's understandable.
Look, it's that mystery monster's trail again.
I've got a few, yeah. Where's my brain at? I've got a few games, and it's like, especially since I've learned that if I want to, like, you know, grow but not have to do the 9-hour grind or anything like that, my best means of growing is sticking to, say, a franchise or something like that.
And that's understandable too. That's completely understandable. But it also, like, once you're done, you sort of need that chaser game. You know, that game that's like, you know, okay, I've played through this entire fucking franchise. Let's follow it up with something that's new, that doesn't have a franchise that I can get through really quickly.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if we get done with Baldur's Gate 3, that would probably be because I've got like 3 different games in the week, right? So, yeah, I reckon if I got Baldur's Gate 3 done with you, then it seems natural that it would be either Code Vein or Dragon's Dogma. Actually, no, I think you're already done with Dragon's Dogma 1, aren't you?
Yep, I have completed that, so...
Alright, I might do the first one then privately, just because I can get through games I don't know, I can
Dragon's
get through
Dogma
some games.
1 is a single player, so...
Yeah, and what's more is I can sometimes go through that kind of shit like a little bit quicker.
Yeah,
playing privately rather than.
The only way to really get an advantage in Dragon's Dogma is to hire pawns who have really high level and a lot of experience in the game. Because there's one really interesting thing with pawns is as your
tails off.
Yeah, tails off. As your pawn goes through the game, they'll learn how to deal with monsters more effectively. And hiring higher level pawns is beneficial in that regards because they'll know how to deal with tougher monsters more easily, and they'll fall for less of the traps that most monsters will throw out. Like, because there's one monster, the Hydra, that can actually eat your character whole.
Oh.
And there's a trap it throws out where it will actually poison you, and if it poisons you, it's an instant swallow. Most of your pawns will know to watch out for the poison breath, or know to use antidotes the second they're poisoned to avoid that.
Yep.
Because one head will poison, and then one head will follow up with a lunge that'll grab your Arisen and try to eat them. Yes, chat, there's vor in this game.
Yeah.
But honestly, the game is more than that, though. There's a lot of really good story elements. There's a lot of interesting big monsters to hunt. You can go after even little monsters as well, which is very interesting.
Oh, nice. We captured it.
I was so close to killing it, too.
For some reason, Daddy, you make it easier to capture.
Because I burst down monsters.
I know, but still.
The other fun thing is too is you can actually romance any character in Dragon's Dogma. If you find an NPC you like the look of, you can romance them no matter what.
I am going to be romancing the lady with the biggest boobies.
That would be Madeline then.
Is she a party character?
Nope, she is a shop owner NPC who has a quest line that if you manage to get all the way through, she will become an instant romantic partner.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
You will know which character it is I'm talking about the second you meet her because there is no way you'll be able to miss it.
Noted. I did say big boobies, so I am hoping you are not you know, just taking the piss.
Oh no, I'm not. She'll grab a pouch of coins out from between them.
I have a horrible idea for next month's party game.
Yeah, Kyria, what's up?
Next month's
Code, look at that
was-
ugly crocodile sent you. Okay, what's this ugly crocodile you've sent me?
So, I will be real with you. At some point, I need to do Helldivers 2 again because I did that last night. I was playing with Valkyrie.
That is ugly.
So that was fun. It was tempting doing it for April's. What game did you have in mind?
The extra lobby size mod for Escape the Backrooms.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I just had a scare. I just knocked over my can of Coke, and I'm thankful it was empty.
I get that horror spooky games might be interesting, and there's always that element of, oh, streamer gets jump scared and such, but I was looking back at one of the jump scares that got recorded of me, and I don't know if it's just because of webcam and the iPhone are like further away from me than my arm, but it wasn't until like I actually like move the camera and decide to say fuck a second or two later that I realized that it looks like I got jump scared.
Also, any time Grant plays a jump scare game, I have to spend some biddies on some points for that one.
Yeah, no, it's fair because you did get me is the thing as well. It is effective.
You twice.
Was it you the second time?
It was me the second time.
Oh, god damn it.
On Pacific Drive, it was me the second time.
Is there a benefit of doing these Zora Magdaroses?
Getting gear and equipment. Yeah, parts for it, because there is a Zora Magdaros armor that does do some really, really good stuff for certain equipment you're wanting.
So,
and the weapon's also explosive, which is quite powerful.
So this is really good for big bonk hammers?
Oh, extremely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to figure out when you could do one certain thing.
What the hell? Chris
What?
Redfield? Wait, no, that's not Chris Redfield. Hang on.
Leon Kennedy.
Thank you.
Come on, Grant, get into the zone.
Look, I have played the Resident Evils, okay? I just only recently played Resident Evil 4, and that wasn't what Leon looked like.
What are you talking about? That's Claire.
But you...
Also, Sash, why do you mean heck you? What, Backrooms is fun.
You do worse.
Yeah, but part of it is literally just a bro trip down a river in a raft. That's literally part of the game. It's like an hour long.
The Backrooms one, or?
Yeah. If we get to that part, at least.
You know what's something that I didn't realize I kind of wanted as a... Oh, actually, no, it's story-driven, so... I need to get back into Pacific Drive at one point. I just need to...
Actually, looking at it, I'm kind of interested in grabbing it myself now.
It is very much that, you know, survival world thing, but, it, you know, rather than it just being 100% open world, there's, like, segments you go to, and I think the idea is that once you get the resources or repairs you need to your car or upgrades in one segment, that gives you the opportunity to go into the next segment, and you kind of do this, like, hopscotch thing of, like, go into segment 1, back to base. Segment 1 to get to segment 2, back to base, and then you do the... And then you get, like, you know, further and further away for some sort of story. I've only done segment 1 and 2 so far, and I'm not 100%... And it's kind of opened up a little bit where it's like, oh, you can go back into other segments or in these new ones. And I've not 100% figured out if I want to, like... because as Dazzy and Sasher will attest, when you put me in an open world like a Minecraft where it's like, oh, you can just be collecting resources and such, I will dig a hole. I will be collecting resources. It won't serve like the narrative or anything like that. But I will dig a hole.
Yeah, I should fix the Minecraft server one of these days.
Grant will be all like, diggy hole, diggy dig. You know that song. I can't.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging
a hole.
Diggy hole. Digging a hole.
Digging a hole.
I'll work on stalagmites while you guys do the cores.
Sorry?
I'll work on stalagmites while you guys get the core. Oh, sorry, stalactites. That's both, really.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think there were some stalagmites.
Destroy the cores to weaken it.
It's both.
Some of those
Stalagmites go from the ground, stalactites are from above.
We've rigged the stalactites with gunpowder. Use your sling to blast them loose.
See if I can help it from this.
I love these Devil May Cry
Proceed with caution.
missions just because the music. They use the music from the games.
This kobold has been bullying you about backrooms for over a week now.
Magma core destroyed.
I did for like literally a week, and I haven't for a month.
Look for the next magma core.
Something's happening.
Yeah, but see, that's still saying that you've teased her about it, though.
Yeah.
I said I'll buy her the game if she wants to join us. And after a week, she kept saying no. I said, all right.
Magma core located.
And she keep bringing. Here's the thing. She keeps bringing it up like she wants me to make her play the game. That's the thing.
Isn't she? But you're wanting me to play the game now.
Second magma core destroyed.
I just finished it the other day. I'm
Wait,
just saying
there's
if you
a
haven't played it,
finishing
you play
into
the game.
it? I thought the whole point of the fear of the back rooms is just the infinite nothingness and the slow death of the unknown.
Yeah, but you could also say that about the forest as well, but that had an ending.
No, but the forest had mysteries involved into it. The back rooms are just liminal spaces given.
Nah, there's order to it. There's like factions in it and shit like that.
Yeah, it's big. It's big, like the SCP lore, kind of big.
The fuck is with this back room?
I mean, there are also ways to get out of it, from what I've...
So the back room is an ARG.
I just got hit with psychic damage. I don't...
Okay.
There's so much about this fucking game that you're talking about, and I'm just sort of like... when I first heard the back rooms, I thought it was just the infinite liminal space of quote-unquote back rooms till death. Now you're telling me there's like factions and shit.
Yeah, the back rooms is just a glitch version of reality, the alpha, and basically there's weird shit that lives in there. And there's a company called I forgot what the extension stands for, but it's the Meg, who's essentially trying to find a way of using that to solve overpopulation because it's an infinite space.
All right.
So yes. And then there's the war of some of the entities inside, like the party poopers and the party goers and other things. Yeah.
This does sound like late stage SCPs now that you keep talking about it like that. Yeah.
Well, actually, I believe it stemmed from some. It did kind of stem from an SCP, the Infinite IKEA.
It did not.
No.
Didn't it?
No. The
Okay.
back rooms was like.
It was a Google image. No, the backrooms was a Google image where it was like a really the initial backrooms was that yellow with the fluorescent lights was just a room somebody found via like a Russian office.
It's liminal
and they took a picture of it, yeah. And then they were like, hey, this would be a weird idea. And then it just got off its mind of its own, basically. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, I heard some of the concept though. I know the image, but I heard like the later concept and ideas stemmed a little bit from the Infinite IKEA.
But none of them are infinite.
Well.
Not a single one of the backrooms is infinite.
Okay, well, I must have heard some wrong information then on that one, but...
Yeah. Like...
I'm willing to admit when I'm stupid.
Here's the thing, like, listening to this, like, from what I learned at the start, like, liminal room, infinite space, and such like that, and hearing what I know now, it settles into my mind that the internet would be the worst source for creating, like, a horror title and shit. Because the premise of the horror title is prevalent on the fact that there needs to be an element of the unknown, and the fact that it's, you know, that it is going to kill you, or that there is no, like, there's no bit to it. It is just simply, it exists and it can kill.
Hunters, hold your
needs to be enough for it or something like that. But the internet, in its infinite power of gathering information, will want an explanation, and it will want twists for everything.
Yeah, but saying that though, you say that the internet's no good for that, but then the internet also gave us the likes of SCPs and stuff, which has gone on to inspire things like Slender Man and...
Actually, no, Slender Man came out before Ice.
Yeah, and what's more is those inspirations and what have you, like, they're not explicit, like, other than the ones that explicitly say they're part of SCP, in which case, it's only ever for, like, one particular creature, and it's, like, poorly explained and such like that, and it's always for, like, earlier renditions. It's never for, like, some of the brand new ones, post-God.
Yeah, but also Control, Remedy had said that Control took a lot of inspiration from SCP as well.
That's valid, but do remember, Control isn't like just grabbing SCPs and using the SCP validation. They are playing, because here's the thing, is the SCP is, when I look at Control, yeah, it has that SCP and like thing to it, but it also has just the classic Men in Black comics.
What? Wait.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So
stand at the ready.
And
I love
again,
that a lot of people don't realize that Men in Black didn't just deal with aliens; they also dealt with cryptids and stuff like that too.
They dealt with the occult and magic, I believe, was the other two things. And the comics had this interesting thing where like an agent was gonna go out of, was like approaching retirement or something like that. But the thing is they were about to like use because like the MIB like agency like had almost anything in its means to like take over the world and shit.
Yeah, so. I find it funny that a lot of people are all like, oh, but MIB is all about aliens. It's like, no, MIB was more than that. The only reason the aliens thing stood out was because of the movies and the TV series that came afterwards.
Which is based off of the movie.
No, you've got this.
The Men in Black was just a more stylized version of the X-Files, specifically.
I love the X-Files. I had a whole bunch of them on VHS.
That's all right.
Which also dealt in the occult and the supernatural and the cryptid and all that stuff.
Yeah, but overall, all of these like examples, they weren't, you know, 100% internet responsible for them and using everything the internet created. Like the SCP wiki. It was like, it's either inspiration, in which case there was a creative mind behind it, and they were the ones that set their limits and when to stop and such. And then there was, you know, it uses like one aspect but doesn't delve further, which is again limitations based off of the person creating it.
I would love to see I would actually love to see Men in Black get another adaptation utilizing more of the comic books.
I would be interested in it too.
Or at least the animated TV series would be great.
Sorry?
Or the animated TV series would be fantastic as well.
Yeah, like a redo of that.
Because that shit was awesome.
Oh yeah, I loved it.
I think I would like that. I think
they did try to delve into a little bit of the comic book stuff with the TV series, but because the movies were the big inspiration for the TV series, they didn't go too far into it.
Yeah.
It's trying to heal ya.
Just don't mind me, Leon Kennedy is here.
Guys, I see a wall, we're gonna crash.
Attention field team, we're entering the final skirmish. Hunters, I don't care what it takes. You have got to wear down.
Just remember, if you've got the Leon Kennedy skin, it also means you have the Mr. X skin.
If Zora Magdaros breaches the barrier,
did he just freaking phase out of reality there, Zarin?
Over here!
Yeah. He just teleported straight over.
Hold nothing back.
Alright. Rolling is faster than running.
Alright, Zeebs. This time, aim the cannon before shooting.
Yes.
Yeah, Grant.
I will remember to aim the cannon before oh, wait. Got this.
Alright, I'm gonna still try the trick of going onto Zora's head.
Do you have a weapon that'll allow you to do that easily enough?
I'll let you.
Well, I already ran up there with bow. I could run up there with dual blades.
You got it?
Yep.
Oh, that was right at the nose.
Jeez,
right up his schnoz.
I don't want anything up my nose.
Wait, is the pro loader or pro carrier the thing for the?
It's very good for this, yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm still wearing those.
There's also a skill that increases your, I think it's special ammo or something that increases your, or special artillery that increases your damage.
Heavy artillery.
As well. It's one of those. One of the perks does it. Because you need that shit for the, what was it, arc-tempered version of this fight.
I find though that, you know, it's a real shame though that heavy artillery doesn't really get as much use outside of this fight or even doing the special arenas. But they made it much more useful in Rise later on, especially with the Horde modes.
Yeah.
They probably learned from this to do it for the Horde modes. Ooh, what's Sage gotta say?
Oh yeah, no, Sven, these are the Devil May Cry missions, so it's playing tracks from Devil May Cry. This is the song "Devils Never Cry."
Good song.
I used to play this all the time back in high school.
Same.
There we go. So wait, what did Sage say? I'm not very good with knowledge about internet horrors and their origins. However, I will say a lot are based on real-life events that can either be hyperbolized or misunderstood. For example, people believing vampires are actually based on rabid... Oh no, the vampires thing, that's... Like, that one is, like, crazy kind of nonsense. And it's had its evolutions and shit like that. And for a while, vampires weren't like, weakened to the sun or anything like that and looked like hideous creatures. Vampires were originally just, like, another variant of a ghoul. And the reason we have this sun nonsense and the hideousness and what have you is because of a French film, Nosferatus. And it's just so popular that that is our impression.
Actually, I need to go through the rest of the Devil May Cry games, because I did number 1 earlier, and now I'm like, I really need to go through the rest of them again.
Just never try to do them in canon order.
Which game is this?
Okay.
Devil May Cry.
Oh. You go 1, 2...
Nope.
Nope.
Very wrong.
What do you mean
Right, very wrong.
What do you mean already wrong? It's...
He's talking about chronological order.
Oh, so you jump to 3 and then go 1, 4...
2 is like the last one, almost.
Yeah, so it goes...
Although 2's now considered non-canon.
Why is 2...
by what I've understood.
Which makes no, it's still canon. Because Dante did spend that time in hell. The only one that's not canon right now is DMC.
Oh, yeah.
I was fine with DMC. I don't know why everyone was like...
You want to know why everybody hated it? Because Placenta Baby. Boss battle, that's why.
Oh, so
Yeah.
so
was jarring.
fucking From Software can do a Placenta Baby abortion boss, but Devil May Cry can't.
Yeah, except when like it would come out of her belly and wear her like a hat. Like, no, that was graphic and just... As somebody who was like 16 playing that game was fucked up.
Yeah, I admit, I had a little bit of a nightmare when I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that scene, it was like, nah, can I skip this fight, please?
I know some people get freaked out at SMT Demon.
At what demons?
Shin Megami Tensei.
Really? Isn't it the same as Persona?
No, Persona is spun off from SMT. Pretty much Persona is like an easier version of SMT.
Yeah.
We don't have anybody on the boat, do we?
Do we need to get down to the boat somehow?
I'm jumping onto Zora's head.
It certainly wouldn't hurt you to have. It wouldn't hurt you to have someone at least on the boat, because that way you can use the Dragonator for heavy damage, and there's 3 cannons down there for continual fire.
Yep.
If anyone wants to look up, I'm on top of Zora's head.
Oh, I see you.
That should help.
So do we go down to the boat now, or?
That's over.
Actually, when Persona first came out too, it was originally called Shin Megami Tensei Persona, but then everyone just started calling it just Persona.
Yeah, just Persona.
Oh yeah, we can skip this.
Z's is not gonna skip.
I'm gonna skip. Look, I promise I won't skip, like, you know, the Final Fantasy XIV, like, dialogues and such like that, because the story slaps, and plus, anyone in my voice chat when I'm playing those MMO games, hang on, where's my hand? You are going to be bamboozled and go into voice actor mode. All of these people, if I played Final Fantasy XIV and they're sitting in here, they're VAs.
We don't mind being your VAs, Grant. We love you.
Thanks.
And it's not because you're secretly hidden a landmine somewhere in my house, and I need to know where it is later on.
No, you don't need to know.
I need to get back into 14. I just can't get myself to do it anymore. Damn you, pals of the dead!
Oh, hello.
Well, that's your own fault.
You need to keep on going for that.
I have to.
You don't have to.
Otherwise, the game will beat me.
What do you mean the game will beat you? The game hasn't beaten you.
If I can't be part of the game, it's beating me.
My mic has been off this whole time.
Yeah, it's been an hour at least.
Oh my god.
We thought you were dead, Angrel. Hi,
I'm
Fox.
sorry.
How you doing?
They didn't hear my praises to John.
Oh.
John, you absolute king, coming in.
Yeah, John Week.
The hunting horn.
He has one of the high-level hunting horns, and my
God,
does it do some good musical damage.
Oh, so good.
Amazing.
Then you
So Loveless,
code
how you
right in
doing?
that thing into the wall. My lord.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
that's your own damn
I mean,
fault.
that makes me feel better because I was like, oh, I guess I'll just not talk because
like you were just muted this entire time. Was that it?
Yeah, I was replying to things and it was like, I guess not. Never mind.
Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't hear. I'm just like, you have been extremely quiet. Are you just like really concentrating on this fight?
No, I was bantering the whole time.
Because we're going after Anjanath, Unogaron, Rathalos, and then fucking Teostra, all in one mission, and he's saying nothing.
Yep. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh.
But yeah.
Also, Sash, I don't need your sympathy, madam. Whenever Yoshi P nerves Palace of the Dead, I'll play Final Fantasy XIV again.
You know you can play Final Fantasy XIV without Palace of the Dead. As the amazing Lalafell Pint mentioned, everything is encouraged. Nothing is mandatory. You can do whatever you want. I'm still going through the main quest line. I'm at the Shadowbringers patch content. Code is doing the main quest line and is also at Shadowbringers now, aren't you?
Yeah, so I just beat the third Light Warden. So yeah.
Oh, that's quick. The third one?
Yeah, I've just gone through, met Daddy Runar, beaten the third one, and now we're waiting on 4 and 5.
See, you're probably right, Grant, but as a kobold, I will not let my pride will not let me not be Palace of the Dead. I've already invested over 100 hours into that thing. I'm not going to not beat it.
You know what's funny? When Grant and I were playing it together, we were doing we got up to the part with Runar, and it's like there were two mindsets when that came up. I went Daddy, Grant went French.
Yeah, I clipped it. Because it's just like, it's like, surround them! And he's like, oh, Daddy. And I was like, it's the French! It was so great. Hi, Tatsu.
Talk
Did
about
you
Monster
forget
Hunter.
what time it was?
Wait, talk about Monster Hunter. Do you ever try the visual novel of Monster Anthem? There was a visual novel?
There's a visual novel?
Wait, there was a visual... Oh.
Oh no, you've given poor Xerix things to look at.
Hang on, I'm gonna...
I think I know the one that was mentioned.
Well, Xerix... Hang on a sec. So, Monster Hunter visual novel.
It's called Monster Anthro by what Fox Macro is saying.
Yeah, I remember now.
Also, I love that Tatsu comes into the chat and the first thing he says is ah.
Tatsu is just like
Code.
Yeah.
Do I have to do that again?
You may have been
Why?
watching.
You trying to get all the Dante pieces, are you?
Do I have to get another red orb?
You do.
You may have to. Like, hang on. How much of the Dante outfit can I get? Let me have a look. Forge equipment, armor.
Swords for the sword upgrades and for the laird now.
Can I form the weapon? Let's have a look. Charge blade.
If you still want to join us, Tatsu, for the next like 30 minutes or however long we're still going to be up, you're welcome to join. The session ID is pinned in the message.
I'll probably go a little bit longer once you stop as well because
Fair enough.
I don't have to work until late tomorrow, so I can go for a long while.
Nice.
Have to work tomorrow.
I'm back. What I miss?
We were all talking about how we're going to steal all of the gold in your cave and give it to another dragon.
We have.
It's in the stomach of my mimic, and you'll die.
And I doubt it. The power of Bahamut will sustain me.
Yeah. It's in the stomach of a mimic, you'll die.
Which edition?
5th edition with a pocket dimension to the void where the mimic god resides, which is outside of reality, ergo no magic can be used, and normal healing nor blessing.
Well,
a lot of words for a barbarian class, I'm gonna be real with
You will not die, you will simply be in a void, and nothing will happen, and then, yeah. Fuck.
Theme of the game is
have
weird.
rock.
Sounds like Code you don't remember Code. I don't know. You might have sent it to me some time ago, Fox, and I've completely forgotten.
Well, I hate
Tuts
to
is
tell
in
you
the
that a
stream
good
chat.
path to exile would deal with your mimic. Okay, that thing just died really fast.
Well, yeah, it's just a Puteki Teki.
So, to complete the Dante set, I need one more red orb and one more piece of Rathalos carapace.
Wait,
You want to do
Tatsu's
it
not
again?
a kobold anymore.
Yeah.
I am currently loony by monkey. I made a monkey or so.
Monkey.
Cookie for Bookie.
Hell yeah.
Monkey?
Tatsu is monkey.
And now
Very
I'm
cute
thinking of
monkey.
making a monkey devil fruit power.
I can't remember the name of the Bara artist, but the what's-a-mahoozy Cookie for Jason. The artist did like one of those GIF things where it's like, oh, pause the GIF to see what your result is, kind of thing. And they had one for new, like, this is your new government appointed persona, and one of the ones, like, and when I did it, I got monkey as well.
Monkey.
Monkey. Thank you for the hyper himbo and the. Oh wait, you stole my shirt, so I'm not.
There's a
thankful for
monkey
that.
on the car.
So the
Fuck off.
So, yeah. Hi Valkyrie, welcome to the stream.
Oh, are you doing it again, Code?
Yeah, doing it again.
We join
Alright,
the code, I take it.
I will join you again for the
Code red.
pain.
Not a code blue, code red.
Alright.
Hi, Valkyrie.
I can't even join you.
Oh, hello.
So Zeebs.
Yes.
I don't know how enough rank.
So how are we going to do the thing at Furdu since was it Outlaws at Thunder Junction is out around that time?
It is. It comes out, I believe. So I would be going down to. For those of you that aren't aware, I'm going to Furdu 2024. There's a Twitch meetup that is being hosted by Scribbly Noodle and a couple of the other partners, or potential of being partners, Twitch itch furries.
Nice.
A few people are going to be there, like me, GrantZeebs, and you, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy.
Yes.
And we have, like, I'm only in, like, one group, like, one Telegram chat outside of the Furdu Telegram chat that's, like, I feel like is orientated to, like, furries that are also going to be going there. And one of the things we're talking about was, or I proposed, was getting, because on Friday at the time, Thunder Junction or whatever, the Wild West expansion from Magic the Gathering was going to be coming out. And hearing Magic the Gathering and the Wild West, there's a lot of expansions coming out from Magic the Gathering, and this is one of the few that I'm like, count me in.
I'm really interested in the animal themed one that's coming out.
The Burrow something?
Yeah, Bloomburrow.
I know
because I've seen some of the commander decks that are coming out for it, and they look hilarious.
I need to get back into Magic.
I would honestly recommend going with Arena if you just want to do this standard gameplays type shit.
Oh, I was big into Commander.
All right, I'm gonna need to go down a level to.
See, it seems like everyone I know really love Commander, but I'm like, I grew up on the original like gameplay.
Mm-hmm. I was introduced to it with Commander as well, because like this was around Cons of Takir. I was introduced to
more
it.
of our mystery monsters trip. We should
So
check
I feel like
every
Cookie once again for
region.
Bookie.
You can go on an
You're gonna keep
expedition
eating
or
these
an optional
cookies,
quest.
Bookie.
Take your pick.
So
You don't get fat, Bookie.
That's not what I was
Nothing
insinuating.
will stop us.
But yeah, like I got in at Cons of Tarkir, and I feel like there was a lot of powerful stuff looking back then. Cookie for Jason, and you know it was apparently like one of the last times like the narrative was amazing. Alrighty.
Yeah. I remember my dad having a lot of really, really rare cards back in the day for the original sets.
God, stop running! Let me hit you.
Code, tell me other with you now. They streamers too? Yeah, they're all streamers too. So with us,
not me.
So with us we have GrantZeebs, who is also streaming at the moment. We have Xerix. We've got Tatsu. We've got Angrel. We've got Dazarus, and we've got
Wait,
Blue
I
Foxy
stream?
Nicey Icy.
Oh shit.
Dazzy streams.
Holy shit, he does?
Couldn't.
How could I have possibly have known?
Nah, never. Never heard of it.
No, he doesn't just stream, he screams.
Yep, a scream tuber.
Did you know Zeebs has a throne?
Yeah, I actually do need to, like, update it at some point. I feel like I need to do, like, tell me if this is a good idea or not, because we're in Australia and what have you. I feel like I need to do a just chatting session where I just remake my throne. Looking at, like, all the Amazon AU stuff. Because some people have suggested, because there's some stuff where it's like, not interested in it anymore, or like, you know, something has been suggested, and unfortunately the shipping is absolutely terrible.
Yeah, I've put my throne to focus on a lot of mangas and things like that. Like things that I want to read that have sort of like, I've seen a few anime episodes too, and I'm like, I want to read the source for this.
Yeah. Ooh, it dropped me right in front of
Mystery
it.
Monsters trail.
Actually, if any of my moderators are in, can you guys give shout outs to the people here in chat? Grant, Dazarus, Tatsu, everyone. Not my throne, Jason, but thank you for putting my throne there.
I love what it tells me to track the monster that's right in front of me.
Come on, Grant, start tracking it.
Start tracking it as it's right there.
Has stuff I need. Or would like to have. Like, I put up a road bike arm.
Oh, nice.
What did you put on throne, sorry?
A road mic arm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are good. I'm using one right. God damn it, Alexander. Why you gotta
Explain.
me?
That's an actual question I have. If I was to buy a standalone mic, what's a good sort of basic entry-level standalone mic?
Elgato Wave is like, you know, an okay one. Audio Technica has a USB mic, I think. But quite honestly, like if you're going
Blue Yeti is also really good.
Blue Yeti's overrated.
Rode NT USB mic.
Rode is good. Have you used like external mics before, or are you just going from a headset?
I have used them before, but like my setup is a headset mic.
You will get away with, because I will be honest with you, and I did this myself until I got something else. The newer, like it's this really cheap combo. It costs $50 for the entire thing, but it comes with a cheap arm, the cable to go from XLR to 3.0, and a pop filter and all this kind of such. Like, the cost of the microphone itself is absolutely nothing because the cost is in the accessory. I'll need to get a link and such because it's such a cheap brand, but it is just dramatic, and I've done the sound test with a friend. It is dramatically better than like most headphones, like microphones, other than like the mod mic.
Yep.
So.
Also, Jason, you misspelled Dazarus. Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, Jason's putting in the links to everyone in the chat who's chatting in voice chat at the moment. And Jason misspelled Dazarus's name.
Oh, he's making me making me sleep.
Desi, if you're not hunting something, can you put your name in a chat somewhere so he can spell it properly?
I'm hunting with Brown with Wiki right now. It's just Dazzy, then R-A-S. That's it.
So D-A-Z-I...
R-A-S.
R-A-S.
I gotta...
thank you, Valkyrie.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Valk.
Alright, you are dead.
Nice.
Oh, I still gotta do that Twitch panel thing that's the organizing for Furdu.
Yeah, no, so
nice.
That's what I mentioned earlier, the one that Scribbly Noodle was putting together, because the timeline last year it was done by Mutasaur, but at the time Mutasaur was already like one of the biggest of the artists at Furdu, and she like commits it so much to the dealer's end and such.
Very busy.
Yeah.
When I was considering getting a 2D version of my VTuber, I was actually really considering going through Mutasaur because she does some amazing work.
Oh yeah, no, she most recently also just did her live 2D as well.
Yeah,
like,
it looks great.
Embarrassingly enough, she's doing her re-debut stream like right now. Like, she was doing that, like, 10 minutes before like, an hour before I started or something like that. So yeah, so I was just like, oh, damn it.
Alright, so we're waiting on Rathalos to come in.
Yeah. So she did it first last year, and it was a bit messy, to be honest, but it was the first time it was happening, but there was still, like, I think one of the benefits of it was that it revealed that there was way more Australian fur streamers than we initially thought, because you had a mixture of, yeah, you had some PNG ones, you had some 2Ds, you had those that migrated from Picardo over onto Twitch, but the obvious thing is, you know, we had smaller streamers there rather than bigger ones.
I think that's great to see, though. That's great to see that there are more people in Australia who are giving it a go.
Yeah, exactly. And so I feel like it could have worked well as a meetup for networking if there was maybe a plan ahead of time to try and break up the groups and such, because the furry community is tight-knit. Blue, you might be able to, you know, or Angrel, you might be able to weigh in, agree or disagree on this, but I feel like if you are, you know, at a level of success where it's like potentially a partner or something like that in the furry community on Twitch, if you're in Australia, you most likely already are friends with, you know, a lot of the people that are going to be right behind you in terms of that popularity.
Yeah.
I guess that's fair.
Yes, I agree with that statement.
Yeah.
I don't know, Angle. I reckon if you were to try, you would get partner really quickly. Your art's amazing. You're a fun person to hang around with and chat with.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just an all-round, you know, awesome dude. It's like, I would reckon you would get partner very quickly if you gave it a good old college try.
Yeah. So
never do it the way I do it.
Yeah, don't do it the way Dazzy does it, because Dazzy is doing it in such a way where it's like, yeah. But anywhoosies.
I just wouldn't be able to do that. I have a full-time job.
The meetup.
As insane as it is,
I work like a 50-hour week.
As insane as it is, I still haven't been streaming for 2 years yet. I'm getting there though.
Yeah, it's a crazy time. But yeah, so if it went as a meetup round, I think there would need to be the alteration would obviously be force people out of their cliques and such like that. So, like, for example, right now, like Scribbly Noodle's like panel, he's mentioned who's on his panel and such. He's put down Mega Arts, Zephora, Bolty, Sylvixen, and Kusaki. So those are so they're on the panel there and such like that. Every single one of them, except for, I believe, Bolty and Scribbly Noodle, are partners. All of them there are sort of like where I would say is your end goal as a content creator for Australian fur. Like, whether or not that is, you know, sustainable on its own is, you know, debate and comment and what have you, but where they are at in their thing is kind of at where, like, that's where you can look at the end and such. But there is, like, no representation of, you know, someone, like, you know, on their way there or anything like that. It's purely partner, what have you. So, where was I going with my point?
Oh.
I guess, yeah, like a bit of variety there could help, but
if it's going to, I think if they stick it to a panel where it is like, you know, the earlier or the young, where it's like younger streamers, younger as in like, you know, timeline wise younger, and, you know, those that are fresh faced and such like that, it asks their questions and what have you. And if the panel is prepped for these questions and these topics, I reckon that will work out very well. If it does the same thing as Mutasaurus did last year, where it devolves into a meetup, then... Oh, wait, no, I do remember. So, last year, that, like, sort of grouping, Bolty, Sylvixen, Mega, and Zephora, they stuck up to their group. There wasn't a lot of, you know, them splitting up to talk to different people and such like that. So, if it was going to be a meetup, like, break up those groups and such like that. And I feel like the easiest way to do that would have been to be like, oh, if you're all, like you, as each person comes in, you give them like a color or a shape or something like that. And if they're in a group, then you give them different colors and different shapes, and you say, all right, I need you to, like, and then when it gets to the actual meetup, then break off into groups or something like that. So
maybe you should be the one organizing these things, Grant.
I put a submission in because when Mudasor went back to streaming in April after Furdu and such, and I was like, hey, I love what you did. I saw that maybe there was an area or two that could have been improved. I would love to help you on the next one. Mudasor just went, all right, it's all yours. And she just doesn't have time as an artist.
Yeah.
So that's what happened there. I did my submission.
Oh my god.
And I don't know how I learned about it, but I learned Scribbly and Kusaki also put their submission in for a panel.
Oh, damn it.
John.
Yeah, insurance.
Thank goodness one of us had insurance.
I was lucky.
No, that's...
I was stunned. There was no way I was getting out of that.
None of these helped me.
I have an ancient potion.
Who flash pod Teostra?
Ooh, I can do hard to swallow.
Oh man.
Oh god.
I should have thought about that when it was going supernova.
Yeah, that.
So yeah, so there was a time where I did my submission, like for like Mudasor and what have you, and Scribbly and Kusaki also did their submission, and
good luck.
Like, you know, a few like months later, got a message back from Furdu committee saying, hey, we looked at your application. Unfortunately, it's very similar to this other application that we've accepted, so your panel submission is being denied. And I was like, yep, no, that's fair enough, because...
I mean, at least you gave it a try. You put in, you tried it, you sort of you had an idea that you think might have worked, but other people thought the same thing.
Yeah.
And they just ultimately went with somebody else.
And what's more is Kusaki helped out in the first one as well. So, like, really, it's a case of they definitely, like, you know, they went for someone that was, you know, had the prior experience of hosting events and what have you.
Yeah.
And so when I got my news about that, went to Scribbly, because he was like on stream, and was like, hey, got my word back from the thing. Did you get your thing? And he's like, yep, he did. And I was just like, cool, if you ever need any help, I'm willing to do so. And Scribbly on stream had to just sort of go, I've already organized everything. And I was just like, damn.
Damn you people who are easily able to get organized and get everything sorted in 1 minute.
He did events and all that kind of such in the past already, and it was like, I don't know why, I was in a vulnerable spot or something like that at that moment in my mind. And so when I heard he's like, oh yeah, no, all good, we've sorted everything out, I had a moment of like, oh no.
It kind of felt like a kick in the nuts, but at the same time, it's like it wasn't like in a mean way of saying. It's like he just managed to get it all sorted.
He managed to get it all sorted. He has the event organizing experience. He's done dealer den stuff, and I believe he's done event organizing both for Furry and in his work, as far as I know. I don't know the details there, but yeah, it was one of those things of he wanted to do this and he got it done. So. Yeah, and then he did his post yesterday, or was it yesterday? And yeah, I did the retweet and I did my submission.
I mean, if he's able to get it done, he's able to get it done. That's all he can do.
Yeah. So.
Oh, I got it.
So yeah. So maybe next year when we have to do this all over again, and there'll be like, you know, I might be able to contribute more or or be on the panel as well, or who knows.
Oh, hopefully.
Great, Jaguar. I need to pick up this. I need to find more of those Rathos, like, markings around
They're
this
just
area.
around, literally.
Really? It's just around?
Yep.
Yeah, you just gotta find them willy-nilly.
Every map has them.
That's...
Gonna sort out accommodation.
That's annoying.
Just literally go exploring. Or just more hunt.
I was gonna say, Angel, if I was going, we could easily stay at one of the resorts that I work for. But they would be a little bit of ways from the thingo.
Yeah.
So I'm planning that maybe for next year after if I can.
Okay.
Grant, my advice for you, buddy, is just work on armor you want to work on. And you'll find as you go.
Fair enough. I'm currently wearing the
Defender.
The Defender stuff, and there wasn't a lot of explanation.
So, after this, if you go back to the, fuck is his name? The blacksmith, basically. He'll have new shit for you to make.
I now have the full Dante set.
Nice.
Blue, you being really quiet.
Oh, I'm just in the middle of deep thinking.
Fair enough. Okay.
Oh god, he's in the middle of deep thinking. Everybody run!
I'm sorry that I like went on a rant about the like Twitch panel and such. I wasn't meaning to like complain or anything like that.
Well,
Well, you know, Jagger's getting his shit rocked right now, mate.
He really is.
I missed what you said, sorry.
It is what it is, and I'm currently filling out the form.
Are you putting yourself down as a variety streamer?
No, I'm currently down as games.
Okay.
I actually do like mostly retro stuff.
Oh, that's fair.
I'm just trying to.
You want to play some game?
I'm just trying to find a clip, but the problem is, as I'm going through my clip library, I'm like, what the heck is some of this? What is some of these clips?
Oh yeah, I've had a similar sort of issue on my stream. Like, there's plenty of good clips that are like titled and less than 30 seconds and such like that, where it's like, oh yeah, this like makes obvious sense that someone has clipped this and such, and it's easy to use in context. But then I have a number of clips, and actually, Phantom, I blame you. Some of them are just, you know, 30-second clips with, you know, they're using the same title as the stream itself, which means they don't pop up in my recommendeds. I have to like go to all, and I like how there's like a recommended section where it's like, oh, here are clips that have the name change and such, because what that normally denotes is this is a clip that someone has actually like done the quick and dirty, like, you know, setting whatever custom length and a title to make it relevant. Because some people, I think, clip the stream to get past advertisements sometimes.
Yeah, more to catch up on what they missed.
Yeah. So, and I've got a few
Would you like to be included on our banner at the event?
Put down yes. You're gonna be in a maid outfit. I will ask Z, can we have custom outfits for the banner if we are ever picked? And I would like to elect a maid outfit for Blue.
You know what, Zeebs? I'm gonna send you 2 clips. These are the 2 best ones I could find.
You know you can put more than one, right?
No, it says have a clip you'd like us to feature, so please. Yeah, I can put more than one, but I'm like,
because Kusaki's still like. I say Kusaki because I know exactly how this is going to go down. Is Kusaki's going to be given the Google form that's going to list like every submission and all the thingy and all the links and middiggies, and he's going to have to manually he's going to download each and every one of them, and then they're going to try and fit it into a 2 to 5 minute trailer for the panel.
I need to go through some of my VODs and actually make clips. Actually, I need to start saving my VODs.
Yeah.
I used to do it, but then I'm like, lazy.
Okay, so speaking of lazy, okay, granted, Commander Rude, I do not enjoy using. I stopped using him for the chat and the account management stuff, but he has a separate service for your VODs where it will auto upload to YouTube. So
that's useful.
Yeah. The only downside is that if you stream for like more than 12 hours, even if it's like 2 seconds over, YouTube just will not accept the transfer because, you know, it's longer than 12 hours.
Which is really stupid.
It's not that stupid, let's be real, because YouTube has to hold this file and transcode it so it's available at the maximum resolution you gave it and at other resolutions. Cookie, once again for Jason. I get that it's their job, but as we have learned in the last few years, the internet is no longer cheap because of scale. There's like 3 trillion like bits of data in a year.
I mean, that may be true, but the actual upkeep of the internet hasn't gotten more expensive, it's gotten cheaper.
Yeah, but we're still talking about storage, where we haven't exactly shrunk it down very easily, and it's still like we haven't magically turned spinning discs and random access memory into, like, you know, cubes of light.
Or have we?
Dun dun dun.
A Google warehouse.
I love that we
empty
both
warehouse
did
with a
that, Grant.
glowing cube.
I'm gonna
Alright, Zeebs, I sent you both clips. Please look at them in your own time.
Also, Jason, why do you put my butt on all of these poor PNG tubers? Poor Grant, Tatsu, and Zarek have to deal with my butt standing on top of them.
Alright, hang on a second. You sent them... Where did you send them to?
Telegram.
Why do you do this to me?
Yes.
Because fun.
You've done redeems and messages in the Twitch chat. You've then, like, done some in the Discord. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna check this out. Is it watch or is it play? I think it's play. Let's see, does this work?
Really, you gonna show that clip to everyone?
You picked 2.
The command is watch, not play.
I need to put that clip service onto mine for when people raid in.
It's really good. I quite like it.
I find it's
I thought because it was previously like
raided.
linked and shit. All right, let's have a look.
Best weapon to use as a vibrator?
Thank you for.
If you had to. Excuse me, what?
Butt plug, fursuit tail, or tactical. Fairly good. I'm gonna be real with you. You can't go wrong with tactical nudes and the mention of a furry butt plug. All right, what's your second one?
What are we watching here?
We're watching.
Tactical
reviewing. We're reviewing clips. Oh, I know this one. So it gives.
I'm not pressing anything,
yeah, I've seen
chat.
that one.
I'm not pressing anything.
Yeah, that one hurt. It's like, please.
Someone explain to me what the frick is going on.
That one is a good one, and I feel like that. Zoom out.
Good one.
That one is a good one, and what's more is there's no cursing. It does the setup. It does the reaction from the YouTuber, and sorry, not the YouTuber, the streamer, and you are currently dressed in your standard attire. So it's not like, because one of the more recent clips I've tried to share, I was hyper himboed, and as I'm like doing a narration and shit, you just see me going with my chest. That's because like the boobs are too big.
Oh, here I thought it was you were about to say that you were you deflated.
No.
I got a clip for you, Grant.
Yeah, I reckon that second clip is better anyway because it's something that I didn't intend to do.
Also,
yeah.
you said you got a clip to Dazzy?
You got a clip, Dazzy.
Sent to Grant.
Are you gonna be going to Furdu or submitting your application to Furdu?
No.
We're just showing clips because we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on, I need to create like a TV room or something like that in the future, no doubt. So, but I don't do reaction content, so... Oh, I know this one, because you have the BRB screen that shows you, like, the thing, right?
Top page clips, yeah.
I like that idea.
I like that. I don't properly, like, do that on my side. What I do is I just have the web source, like, I can make it visible or invisible, like, in
That
this
is true.
space.
I am, in fact, submissive and clippable.
Yeah.
You're doomed. Help me! Help me!
That's what we love about you.
Help me!
Oh look, there's me.
I know this one.
Code.
No, that's your shit. Suffer. Code, grab my legs. Another big head.
I remember that. That was the first time I
You're just like dum dum.
No!
That was the first time I ended up playing with Dazzy.
Ow, I'm still in here! Sash, die! I deserve this!
No, fuck you!
Fuck you, Sash!
You're the captain of this
My
stream.
face is
Go
making
down
such a
with the
face
ship,
that
damn it.
my camera can't figure what the fuck's happening anymore.
Good.
Yeah. One of the disadvantages of being a 3D VTuber is sometimes the face does not it doesn't get justice from the reactions.
Yes!
It also really hates glasses.
Yeah.
Because I wear glasses, so I really can't do many facial animations. Because my eyebrows are hidden behind the frames.
Yeah. I do not have that I do not have that excuse for me. I don't wear glasses. I'm white, so there isn't like any like iPhone racial bias. I'm just autistic, and the camera's a bit farther away. Those are my only two.
Why is Sash posting my clips now? That's so cringe.
Because she access denied. Yeah, you need to be a moderator, Sash. You thought you had power in this stream? You thought you had any power in this stream? My stream?
Hey, Sash, you want to hand it over to me? I can help you with that.
In front of these people?
That's not people. Yeah,
I got another one. Frigid clip too.
It's so funny.
You know what? I'll grant the request.
No, don't dare. What? Oh.
Too late. We did.
All right. Well, oh, it's Monster Hunter. It's topical.
Can I have a calm? Please take my money. Please have a good time with it.
Did you just say please have a calm?
Let me calm, please. Please let me calm. I want to calm. This is a horrible bit. Stop this bit already. Okay.
Veto the bit.
Yep, kill it.
Submissive and clippable, I see. You got anything to say for yourself?
Yeah, here. I'll show you the artwork, and it's a safe for work, by the way. That the entire bit was based off of.
You're just like, yes, I begged for this artwork. Let me.
No. It all started because I asked Wolk if this is what commissioning is like for his part of the side of the I guess.
Oh, his side of
deal? Yeah, I'll let you see it, Grant. There's the artwork.
Alrighty.
It's not lewd.
Please.
It's not really lewd.
Alright.
Completely safe for work. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Hang on a second. Let me give you context to this honest
back
like
here, you giant overgrown chicken.
Where's the thingamajiggy? So it shows up. This clip is embarrassing. We need to get more views on it. No, we don't.
Nah.
You know what needs to be done? I need to be clipped. I need more views. I need good people like Dazarus and Wolcond and Sashera and all those other people that decide to clip other people's channels. I clip other people's channels.
I never clip anybody else's channel. When do I have time?
Clearly, when you're because it says in the thingy. Well, it doesn't say in this chat, but if you're on Twitch like properly and you're not watching through the VODs, otherwise, hi VOD viewers, you should come join my channel. Like you would see it there. It's just like you've been getting good clips. Yeah, fair enough.
I find it weird that I don't get clipped enough.
What do you mean you don't get? Do you get clipped once a month?
Actually, it's weird in the sense like I check through my clips list, and a lot of them are just clips that, you know, when you just press the clip button but you don't do anything, it gets added to the clip library even though you haven't named it, and it becomes like a full, was it 60 or 30 seconds?
Yep.
For no apparent reason. You're just like, what's the context of this?
Yeah, no, I've got a few of those. So yeah, all right. So this is what Dazzy's like context was. You draw for me again, right? That has only happened to me once, and that has been from like fucking Insom just sort of being like, hey, you got an idea for me? You got an idea for me to draw? And then I'm just sort of like, give me 1 minute, and then I just like went through my mind palace of like crazy character ideas and such because I couldn't think of anything for Grant at the time, and I was like, how about a cyberpunk boy that just loves augmenting themselves so much that they're gender fluid at this point in time, and they live in the dystopia that they are technically just a brand for this Japanese company, and so they don't even have their self-identity, but the identity of the company. And he was like, can they be bottom heavy? And it was like, yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you
Also,
what.
thank you, Hendrix, for the follow, for the subscription.
So,
I'll tell you what. It
Let's
feels like
go.
I'll be your Mr. Business to your Mr. Smith.
actually, let me see if I can find the video because, let me see if I can find the video.
Shoot you in the head.
Here it is.
There we go. Eat the mustard, Leggy.
So,
Eat it.
copy. Done.
Are you putting mustard on a leggy?
I am putting
What?
mustard on the leggy.
What is a leggy? What are you on about?
Legiana.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The insect wave. You
I
spray
thought,
mustard
I
on them.
thought Australians were coming up with like a new way of describing lamb chops.
Oh yeah, the lamb
Like
ads
just
are still
Sam
going
Catter just rolling in his grave as someone's just like, "Oi mate, pass me a leggy." Anywhoosies, this is how I wish I could approach an artist.
Sir, I pursue you.
I
Twitter.
pursue your
You
Twitter.
are creator,
of sex.
I need big cock.
I'm not taking commissions right now.
Big cock for madam.
She's so brilliant.
Yes, I am fuming at
And
the
I'll tell you what, I am what you consider a regular to certain artists, to the point where they're like, "What do you want now?"
Yeah.
The barrier of professionalism has gone away, is what you're telling me.
I have a few.
I can never find artists for my project. I have too many.
Actually, Zeebs, you know
Any more
what?
artists? Send them my way.
What?
Just give me a second. I need to find this. Where is this thing?
Ooh, I need to deliver 4 forgotten fossils.
Oh god damn it.
If they're forgotten, how do you know how to find them?
Well, we forgot the name of them. Well, we forgot them the first time, but we don't forget them the second time. That's how they get forgotten.
Okay, Zeebs, I'm gonna send it to your Telegram once again.
Oh my god, I have so much honey.
I send this to artists now.
Grant, there's a take all button.
If I... Oh, yes!
Goddamn ice.
I love that. I'm gonna be... Who drew that for you?
For me, it was an artist that goes by the name of Glacy Tail.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so...
I originally had another artist make... Well, it was a YCH of theirs for this, but because I got a big intake, they actually instead had to refund me or do something else. But I did find another artist for it. It was fine.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom because I am sitting here sort of. So I'm just gonna leave this. I'm just gonna leave this on the chat menu and let all of you lovely people entertain my chat with your narrative-driven talk.
Fair enough. I think the most casual I have communicated with an artist has been 2 different artists, 2 different characters in this case. The first one is Morg. She's like an orc mommy kind of person, and she started doing art, and it's really cool. Boobies, ass, big, that kind of stuff. So Taylor once in a while has gone to them during their, like, you know, wing it sessions where it's like, you know, granted, it's not cheap now. It's like $60 American, but it's, you know, it's cheap for, you know, in the scope of art and all that kind of shit. So Taylor's gone to them sometimes, and I've been able to just go as, like, you know, lowball as, like, hey, I have an idea, and then it's just this idea, and they run with it, and it was great. The second person most recently has been Emu Fur, and I've gone to them twice now for stickers.
They're great.
They're great, and the thing that gets me is
stickers printed from them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they got a sticker business now as well, don't they?
They do. I need to get on that and get those files to them so I can sort that.
Because yeah, what I need to we can now depart. Because Furdu now has like a traffic pole or something like that you can slap stickers on, and you know there's the obvious game of like whoever slaps it higher wins.
I don't think they meant to, but they just do.
Technically, no. Because like I think it's one of those cases of don't cover the lights, don't cover the buttons, and don't do it in front of cops kind of thing. But you know, I haven't seen anyone like try and scrape the stickers down or anything. It used to be done on an electrical box, I believe, but now it's being done on like a traffic light pole that you have to walk across if you come in and out from the tram.
At the end of the con, though, those stickers do get taken down. There are people that have those sticker books, so they collect those stickers and put them in there.
And they do have the poster they did as well last year.
Okay. So yeah, so I need to have a think about, you know, if I'm gonna, because the most recent sticker design I got from them is currently the GIF Arrive, which some of you may have seen. You'll find it in, hang on a second, if I go to, watch this as I use it, without alt-tabbing from the game. Boop. So, you see the last thingy-majiggy up in the top right there? See how he just like goes, just entering in? That, the last two were emu fur. One of them being like just smug Zeebs, and the other being like just me, like hand wavy of just like hello, and it just has this vibe. It has that vibe, doesn't it? Of what I am as well, doesn't it, Blue?
Yes, of course. It's your energy. It's you.
I just like it, okay? I just think he's neat.
I want to get stickers, but I'm stuck in a situation where I can't afford to like go crazy on anything.
Wait, I need to empty out my... Oh, never mind. I'll do that later. Let's go attack this thing. Do you go to Furdu with stickers at the ready, or...?
I actually got no stickers ready at all.
But it's
I
like...
have like things that can be made into stickers. I just, at the moment, can't pay for stickers to be made.
Okay. Where do we go for these fossils?
Just run around.
You'll find them on walls and such.
Bug, where are you?
Oh, they're on walls?
Well, on the edges sometimes.
Blue.
I'm missing 2 freaking cards for my commander deck.
Oh boy, why does this game hate me being in Devonton Vale so much?
I cannot help you in that pursuit, I'm sorry.
Where am I going?
The game or the commander cards?
Well, because this deck is based on a very specific theme. And the theme is Gideon dying over and over again. Because it's reenacting the events of Gideon sacrificing himself to save Liliana.
He saved himself for some goth.
And there's the thing of, in the end, like, Liliana doesn't know why he sacrificed himself.
Oh, Zeebs.
What's up?
If you come down to where Odegarn usually is, you're going to unlock the Grimlet King if you have some raw meat. I know.
What do I do with it?
Just wait for Odegarn to come down to his nest. Do not engage Odegarn. Trust me.
Which one's Odegarn? Is that Odegarn?
The red one.
Oh, the red one. Okay, so where's...
Yeah. Basically, try and tail behind him, or go to the other camp.
Or use a ghillie mantle.
Yeah.
These words do not make sense. Ooh,
trust me, it will.
I'm just trying to find some bone piles.
Trust me, this will help you in the long run. It only happens whenever the Legiona corpse drops.
What we got? Crisis Jewel.
Wait, so...
Basically, just stalk it.
Ooh.
And if you find and if you have raw meat on you, you'll have to drop it.
Oh, shit. Let's get rid of the smoke nut. I don't think I'm going to use the smoke nut. There we go. So am I meant to be... Okay, so it's coming... So it's over there right now.
If it's towards its nest, you'll have to drop some meat there. If it decides to leave.
Is this the nest? Down here?
Basically, a bone. It'll be like surrounded by bone piles and some red gunk on the floor.
Alright, I've come back. Dazarus, put down the flamethrower.
You can't stop me.
Oh god.
Dazarus, put it down!
I'm fighting Otto, you can't stop me. Not Otto, Rotobon.
Fine.
I'm fighting the leader of the, What the fuck is the old faction of, Final Fantasy 14?
The what?
Mortal Flames. Mortal Flames.
What about the Immortal Frames?
I'm fighting Rotobon, their leader.
Haha, I see what you did there. Yeah, everyone's been doing every other command except the one I've been, thinking people have been pulling off, but nope.
What's happening?
No, I'm watching people do redeems, and I'm all like, I'm just waiting for the moment for someone to pull out that other redeem.
Ah! I absolutely whipped that.
You reminded me, I actually have to add a new command, a new redeem to my thing.
What redeem?
It's another transformation redeem.
Oh, don't sound like you're not excited for it, heavens forbid.
I legit said on my stream, freaking artists, stop giving me free art.
Oh no! A furry!
Free stuff?
Free art? You mean someone with skill and patience has been deciding to gift you art of your persona?
How horrifying.
Oh, trust me, like, if you've seen the latest stream, you would know what it is.
You do not understand how fortunate you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rest of us need to work for our money.
We have to pay for our art or learn it.
We can't all be good looking and talented.
Oh.
No, I'm just a shit cunt.
What was that too?
They'll love you for it.
The audacity.
Sheesh, what have I done?
You have ruined the fandom for us. Hi there, delightful Dilophosaurus. Welcome to the stream.
Stop gaslighting me into thinking that it's my fault. It's everyone's fault but mine.
Also, hi Dilo. How you doing?
Okay. Do I actually want to try and do whatever it is Xerix is trying to explain to do here? Or...
You do get more food for your canteen.
Well, we're doing that already with the delivering the fossil thing. So, what am I supposed to do?
Food?
Just wait for it to sit down and sleep?
No, it's already done it over here. I don't know if the corpse despawned. It's in area 13.
Fox, stop licking my belly. Fox Macro here with these emotes of him licking my belly. I was like, stop that.
Oh, nope, it's still here.
Alrighty, so I head down to the corpse and drop the meat, is it?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it will happen because we're a multiplayer or...
it wants to fight me now.
You're doing the ingredients quests, yeah?
Grimacking.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, those aren't fun.
So we go... Oh, wait. Here?
Well, wait, Grimmelkins are only expeditions, by the way.
Gotcha. Thank you.
The natives, as I call them.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go and I'm actually just going down to track the Garjalaka now because I've finally got through all that. I'm just gonna go and say hello to them.
We're in the Gillen Mantle, but yeah, if you see this here, after stalking the Odegon, that's when you put down the rotten, the raw meat. Rotten is what you deliver.
Alright, so do I drop meat here now, or...?
No, you'll have to go on an expedition.
Oh, okay.
though, if you go back here, this is where you'll get some meat chunks that you have to deliver. With the quest you'll eventually get.
What's this fishy?
Okay. Ooh,
yeah.
Hello. Oh, that's just... Ooh, mighty seed. Thank you.
It's called a mighty seed.
It's mighty.
It buffs your attack.
Oh.
Okay,
Guess
so the
it's
bone
not
piles look like
here.
giant fossilized shells. Oh, lump of
yeah.
meat.
Oh.
Let's see, who needs help with an SOS? No, I don't feel like fighting Alatreon, and no, I don't want to fight Fatalis right now.
You could help us find some
that made my
forgotten
skin
fossils.
crawl.
I thought you would have found all the fossils by now.
No, we have not.
I mean, I'll grab him if you want, Grant. I've just been killing Radobon. If you want, his tail's over here, by the way. He's almost dead.
I'm following Xerix to try and get out of here. Where do we go?
Because I'm pretty sure you're close to finishing the quest anyway.
I think so.
Like, you only need to find 4, and it's not
Where
that
is...
difficult.
Yeah, it's real easy.
Angle capture Toby Kadachi.
You okay, Xerix?
Yeah, just bug.
Oh, okay.
Actual bug or
actual bug?
It stupid
The best
bug
boy.
stunning.
Okay, so I gotta take a right here.
Yep.
And then I climb up this.
Oh, hey, Grant. Zerix, be careful.
Why?
What's in the area?
Got a bagel.
Oh! I just saw that.
Where?
Has Grant run into the bagel yet?
No, not yet.
Wait, are you talking about the weird toothy looking thing that rolls?
No.
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 You said
bagel,
you,
come here.
like, oh my gosh. Alright, hang on.
Darn, I missed them this time.
Basically, pine cone. Exploding pine
He's trying
cones
to chase
everywhere.
me. I'm going after Radobon real quick, but I'll go after Bagel after this. If you want, I'll get the fossils for you, Grant. It's really easy to do.
Pretty sure I gave my character the same name as Cat Noir from Miraculous. Who was Cat Noir, man?
Just don't get me wrong. I am looking. I'm trying to look for like the forgotten fossils, like bone pile, but
It's just the fossil gathering points, that's all.
Oh, really? That's it?
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
If looking at bone piles, you're doing it wrong.
Where the...
I can see him. Damn it! How do I get to him?
Where are you?
Sir. Calm down.
Having such a... I'm just like fucking around and exploring. I feel like at this point, and it's like, oh, apparently there's like a bagel out there.
Yep, that is the most deadliest creature you could possibly imagine.
Well, one of them.
Cool.
Until you find the pickle. And then you give it a tickle tickle.
The best times are when they're together at last. Pickle and bagel.
Okay, so I can't go that way.
When invasion monsters get together.
Yeah.
And then it's an explosive bagel pickle. Up a dickle.
Oh. So, not here is what I'm getting from my little expose around this area. Let's go up here. Alright, flash bug.
There we go. Shot you in the head. Roller.
Let's see.
Into
Warped,
the wall with you.
Sturdy, and another sturdy.
Alright, this is capture, so I actually have to pay attention.
Yeah, don't kill it.
And this is high rank.
It's
high rank, but like
it's a high rank.
just high rank, I think.
Yeah, but it's currently poisoned.
Carrier ant cargo.
It is currently poisoned. Though my weapon is insanely high poison.
Alright, I actually have to be even more careful now.
Sorry.
That's fine, it's fine. I am moderating my damage. I actually have to now avoid hitting wounded areas because I will deal a lot of crit damage.
Why not see if you can drop down the trap now to catch it, or is it still not weakened up enough?
The problem is like if it's pissed off, shock traps almost useless.
Makes sense.
So I have to use a pitfall, meaning that that's going to take a while.
Actually, could probably hit him with rock. That might.
Oh, hey, look, there's Bagel again.
Oh, boy.
Bagel.
Hey. Actually, I want these to see it.
It's under it. Go for it.
How far away am I from it?
Wait, oh, it's running
You're
away.
basically
there we go.
Floor underneath it. Oh, it's right over here.
I'm going for Rotobon, though.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm not using demon mode for this. Okay, part broken, meaning that... Yeah, it is getting closer and closer to death.
It really wants you, Dazzy.
It's limping, it's limping.
Oh yeah, I see the limp now.
Alright,
I've got the shock trap ready.
I think we should just stay away from it and let it do its thing.
I just went in a giant goddamn circle.
Probably.
That's what it feels to play Monster Hunter.
Like, I appreciate you're giving me verticality, but holy shit. Oh, maybe this way. I thought that's
you're going back.
Wait, what do you mean I'm going back? I was previously down and I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Excuse me, sir.
Raffles.
Like,
sir, please.
If anyone's got poo, fling it now.
Ma'am, leave.
This map is so confusing.
Very
no,
much
don't
so.
fall into the trap. Oh my god, need to get freaking Rathalos away.
Oh my god, I'm trying to climb back up, but I keep getting knocked down because I keep jumping up and down.
Alright, so there's all these things here.
Okay, back up. Do I have any?
Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, it's not near.
Yeah, not quite yet.
It doesn't help that they're probably gonna have a turf war.
Hey.
Hi.
Okay, this is definitely not good. Okay, I have a plan.
Is it a good plan?
Oh, I assume so because it's coming from blue.
Okay,
that doesn't make it a good plan.
I'll let you two deal with Toby Kadachi. I'm gonna fight the freaking Rathalos.
Well, Rotobon's dead.
Is Rotobon the donut? Sorry, the bagel?
No, Rotobon is the spiky boy with bones who rolls around.
Okay, because that's what I was thinking. Because when you were first talking about the bagel and shit, I will be real with you, I thought that was the bagel. I was like, yeah, I've seen this before.
No, he's emo face.
Alrighty.
If you want, Grant, I'll take it a bagel.
Oh shit, I'm on the back of the
Actually, you guys are almost here.
That's good, that's good, that's good. Fight the freaking Rathalos.
Hi guys, this way.
I've almost got the knockdown.
Oh my freaking god.
Going up.
Okay, got the knockdown on the Rathalos. Bang.
I'm waiting to see Grant's reaction to Bagel.
I know we need to capture Toby Kadachi, but we can't do it while Rathalos is around.
We can't.
Actually, I'm pretty sure he's landing right on top of us. Yeah, he is. Yep. That's Bagel.
Hi, Bagel.
That is one monster. Those
Or as he's also known as the B-52 stealth bomber.
This is gonna be one massive fight.
Get ready to mount his ass.
Beetlejuice.
Okay, a little bit threatening, but
yeah, you see all those avocados he's got,
or also known as pine cones.
Avocados, pine cones, explosive grenades.
Yeah, he poops at bombs.
Oh,
I do not understand the bagel name. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
His name's Basil Goose. It's either the Bagel or Goose, whatever you call him.
No, it's Basil Juice.
I call him Beetlejuice.
I call him fuck off!
You know, invasion monsters get even worse than that.
Oh, yeah.
Then you got Corey Pecco, who summons a bunch of them.
Alright, so Code, you and me are just gonna keep fighting Rathalos, right?
Yeah, we'll deal with him while Angrel deals with Toby.
Yeah, I'm on Toby.
Okay, that's
you deal with the beans. We'll deal with the angry mama.
Okay, it's flying away. I think up to
fucking Puke is here now.
We're working on stale.
Oh, no, it's going down. Okay.
Ice Tails weekend.
Puke, chill. Puke, move. Sir.
Sir, ma'am, please stop.
They're angry and they're red, they're glowing.
Don't fight each other. Just chill out while I zap him. Okay.
Oh, he actually does quite a bit of damage.
Good Puke.
Oh, yes.
Very good Puke. Puke bad.
Stay there.
Okay.
How are you not down?
Hi.
Gotta be careful because too many traps just means it just becomes resistant.
Is he big enough for? He is limping, but he's not weak enough yet.
If you get in a trap and we deal enough damage, should hurt it enough to allow us to trap it.
Yeah.
I've just got to get ahead of it. He's coming back towards you guys.
All right, I'm ahead of it.
Nice.
There we
you
go.
I had a feeling that was the
Hey,
case. It
we
just
did it.
needed to be trapped again, but.
His tail's almost cut, by the way.
Yep.
Had to go with the Rathalos. Get him.
Like that was probably one of the most annoying captures I had to do.
It's not the most annoying one I've had. The most annoying one I've had was a pink Rathalos and a pickle inside the joint.
I find it annoying because I can easily kill it, and I actually have to limit my damage.
Well, that means you have a lot more restraint than most people do.
Especially if it's low rank. Like low rank, I have to be careful. Like even a single breeze will just kill.
How are you liking the pickle there, Grant?
It's a
bagel.
dragon. That's the pickle, or is it a pickle or is it a bagel? Because
It's a bagel.
Oh, sorry, that's the bagel.
Okay.
Sorry, did I say pickle?
Because either way, it doesn't really scream bagel to me. It's like it screams.
Its name's Basil Goose. It's just a nickname, like McJagris or Toby's Kadachi.
That.
It's just Toby for me. Hey, Toby.
Hey, Toby.
Hey, Toby.
Hey, Toby.
Toby.
Toby, you want to go get a coffee, Toby?
Got many different creatures. Puke.
Okay, I'm gonna need to drink this.
Toby.
And the bagel.
And the bagel.
Oh, it's fucky.
Oh, okay, so...
I always forget to do the gardening.
If I can, I'm gonna launch the gyros into bagel.
I was thinking the same thing. Oh, damn it.
No, I can't.
Too far off?
Too far off.
So who is happy about the Fallout Commander stuff coming out next week?
I'm gonna be real with you, Blue. I have not kept up with it since Lord of the Rings and missing out on the initial hype of the Lord of the Rings.
I dropped off with Lord of the Rings.
There we go.
I could honestly take it or leave it at this point when it comes to these crossover universes.
Yeah.
Like, Dungeons and Dragons works within the lore of magic. But I feel like a lot of these, they're just reaching.
Like
they are reaching. My argument is,
and autos here. Watch out.
Like these cards have unique effects, and I'm like, why? There's never going to be an equivalent outside.
Well,
at least
there was a few in the Warhammer one that were like very specific on that.
Yeah, and the thing I like about the Warhammer one as well is that there was like a number of these like different faction like mana rocks, but really they were functionally the same or something like that.
It's because they were reprints. They were one-to-one reprints, except the art was different.
That'll do it.
Like, even Skullclamp got reprinted as one of the was it the Salvatore things in the Mankind precon.
Yeah.
But for Commander, that would mean you'd have 2 copies, right?
It's because no, because it's okay. Because if the name is exactly like Skullclamp, it's just called Skullclamp.
Oh, okay. They were still the same thing. They were just reskins of that. Okay.
I was just remembering. I was just remembering Warhammer differently. Is all. So.
Oh,
the other one that's like, you know, Marvel is gonna get one. Is like, okay, Marvel I kind of understand because it's, you know, world hopping and multiple universes that can kind of, you know, okay. But at the same time, it's still like you're throwing too many of these, you know, collaborations together. What happened to just giving us a few fun collaborative cards and then just going, hey, here's a collector's item?
Because Fortnite has demonstrated the power of the IP, which is a unique benefit that AAA industries can utilize with their large budgets and such that the indies cannot.
It's also the oh, sorry, you go.
So actually, the real answer is Hasbro is losing money, and currently Wizards is their cash cow.
Oh,
I was just about to say I was about to say the same thing. They tried to do it with D&D and it doesn't work. So they're like, well, let's just milk the cards.
Yeah, I feel like D&D wouldn't, because D&D is too much of D&D is on third-party utilization. Like custom campaigns is already done by third party. Assets during a D&D campaign is third party. Like
that's what they were trying to change with their
They wanted to trademark words like elf and orc.
Which
even more so than that, they wanted to just basically be like, if you develop something with any of our ideas, it becomes our property.
D&D Next, I remember.
But it's not their ideas. They didn't tabletop or dungeons or any of the races. They got a couple, maybe.
Like, the original concept of the elves came from Norse mythology.
Yeah,
and I mean, halflings are just hobbits, but they couldn't use the name hobbit, so they call them halfling.
They were called hobbits in the first edition, and they got in trouble for that. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's funny. They did the same thing, and then they're like, "Oh, that worked on us. We should use that."
You eat some jerky.
Okay, I don't think I have jerky on me.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Oh, you can crowd and stand still.
Like, there's very crossover things, and we're getting Assassin's Creed crossover, but there will be no no pre-cons for Assassin's Creed. They'll also be from a set. And we most likely think the reason is Ubisoft.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me in that regard.
Like, Leonardo da Vinci is coming to MTG, and I'm here like, how am I gonna kill him?
Please, can he be a commander?
He is a legendary.
Yes!
My
Da Vinci deck?
Except, you probably might not. Okay, so how do you like the idea of him being a mono blue artifact commander?
I want him to be 3-color.
I mean, I don't play blue, but
I will accept blue if he can be tricolor though. Because
No, he is mono blue.
oh, they don't need this.
Go and sleep.
He's mono blue. Okay, so I'm gonna read his.
Yeah,
effect.
but that fits the the aesthetic of him being an inventor, a sorcerer, a warlock sort of thing.
I want him. I wanted it to at least be is it color because of the art and because of art, invention, and what have you.
Yeah, usually creativity is in red, so that makes sense. So Leonardo da Vinci is a 1 blue, 2 generic for a legendary human artificer that's a 3/3. I can't believe he's actually strong as a 3/3 beast, but I don't know why.
Hang on. I need to hear this.
You're doing the meat.
There we go. Well done, steak.
Sweet. So you pay 5 mana, so 2 blue, 3 generic, until end of turn. Thopters you control have base power and toughness XX, where X is the number of cards in your hand. And you can pay 3 mana, 1 blue and 2 generic. Tap him, draw a card, then discard a card. If the discarded card was an artifact, exile it from your graveyard. If you do, create a token copy of it, except it's a 0/2 Thopter, in addition to whatever with flying with whatever else it is.
Is anybody else's eye twitching from all of this?
No. My brain is shutting off, to be honest.
I lost it after the first Thopter.
Basically, Leonardo da Vinci just turns every artifact into Thopters and makes big Thopters.
Okay. I mean, that's fine, but I feel like you could have done more than that.
Poor Dazzy's been quiet throughout this whole thing. I think his brain got shot.
No, just focus on the bagel.
Understandable.
We've been fighting a bagel and also Odegron.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the one card from Assassin's Creed that I find funny and hilarious, but it's on theme, is this artifact called Haystack.
Hey, look, Bagel's back.
Can it like fight Bagel instead of, you know?
Hello, Danny. Thank you for the raid party. Thank you for coming in. How you
Bagel
doing?
not like. Bagel doesn't like thunder.
Like, who's played Assassin's Creed?
I played Assassin's Creed. I was a very big follower because I got into it on the Xbox 360 when it was first, like the first Assassin's Creed.
Right.
I got it from JB, and I definitely got into the hype and what have you. What?
Grant?
Crank, come here.
I
We
think
need
a
you to
friend
use a
of
big bang
mine.
attack.
Hang on a second.
I think a friend of mine gave me a copy of
Why is there so many
Assassin's Creed.
explosives?
Because
Bro, we
we're
need you to bing bang his head.
Also, hello, Grin. How you doing?
All right.
Well,
yeah, I'm hunting a burb.
So, all right. So.
So wait, back away. Wait, no. You back away. You charge up your weapon, and then you hold R2. I guess whatever your fucking hold attack is, your charge attack. Yep, charge up your weapon.
And then power charge.
Yes.
All right. How far do I do it? Like right next to when I press B, or do I press B on the way there?
You want the final hit to hit him in the head.
Hang on a sec.
And your weapon is juiced up, right? Your weapon's glowing for you?
Yeah. All right. So, but hang on. So B is.
Yep, there you go. And then you just let go. Let go.
Actually, I gotta watch.
No, it's not move while doing it. Just standing still while doing it. Just like let go of the text, see what it looks like real quick. You're way too close. Way too close, Grant.
He's gonna wake up by the time you guys even get to
Grant. Grant. It was the last hit you wanted on that.
Sorry.
Yeah. So basically, stand like. Probably.
Here, I'll show you after this.
Few steps away from it.
Oh yeah, Dazarus is here too. So we're in Grant's party stream at the moment.
Yep.
Oh, is Danny there?
Grin. It's Grin saying hi.
Oh, hi, Grin. How's it going?
Hello.
Hey, Grin.
Hi, Grin.
Grin's another one of the regulars who comes hunting with us, and he's definitely good, someone good to have around for a hunt.
Definitely.
It's like, as long as you have one of these certain individuals, you're fine.
Keep him staggered.
Yep.
Oh, he's dead.
Or done.
Grin, you are welcome to take your time, mate.
That was I gotta go, by the way.
Guessing
That's
Alex
what I
Graham
want to
Bell
do.
is going to be Is It, since they portrayed him very much the crazy rogue inventor in the Syndicate. I don't know if they would put Alexander Bell into Assassin's Creed. I know there's a lot of the early... Because here's the thing. The Ezio trilogy, everyone likes as far as Assassin's Creed goes. And the only other, like, good Assassin's Creed series that's, like, you know, loved by like the, you know, sort of the wider audience rather than the internal, like, Assassin's Creed, is Black Flag, which is the least assassiny of the Assassin's Creed, because narratively speaking, you're not an assassin until the last 2 chapters. The best mechanic in it is the ship, which has nothing to do with assassins, and then there's like these online things and yada yada yada. Like,
you know what I find hilarious now is the fact that everyone is now going way back over to Black Flag since Skull and Bones came out. It's actually given more people have actually started playing Black Flags now.
Yeah. Yep.
The train is here. Choo choo.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, Zeebs.
Oh yeah. What time? Oh my God. Where's the bones? This is the only thing keeping.
Great. Let me show you how to do a big bang attack. Right. Charge your weapon real quick. Come over here. So Odor gonna see us. Yep.
And then I press B.
Yep. Okay. Then you stand still. Don't be rolling. Don't be moving. Just let go. That's it.
Also,
that final hit right there is like 300 damage, and if the enemy's asleep, it's almost 700 damage.
Right. Yeah.
Because take double damage.
Cool.
That's why.
Where's
I'll
the
get the
bone
bones
piles?
first.
Because.
There's one over here.
Quick.
Right, come here.
Is there bone piles?
It's not bone piles. I'll show you.
I don't care.
Right, come here. Gret, follow me.
Grant, don't do it, Grant!
Xerix, you'll find bones while Dazzy is doing this fucking distraction shit.
I'm showing you what we need to do, Grant. It's not bones. We're looking for bones. Come here.
It's
you are running out of time.
It's this right here, Grant. This is what we need. These. That's it. That's all you needed. Look, one. Look, we're done.
Find the freaking fossils.
Astro Wolf, thank you for the raid-in.
You know what? I think I'm kind of glad I didn't join that quest.
To be real, you probably would have found it
in.
while we were still fucking around with Pickle or Bagel.
I mean, I knew where it was. I grabbed the first 2 and just let you guys get the rest. I was like, I'll just go kill shit while you guys get your shit done.
But apparently you were wrong, because they had no idea what they were looking for.
Apparently so!
You were so wrong. And what's more is Alexander was like, they look like giant, like it wasn't until like, oh, now they actually mentioned it. I missed that all the way back there. They look like giant fossilized snail shells.
They are.
Yep.
Hello, Luna Wolf.
Well, Zeebs.
Do you want to end? Because I want to end. I'm done. I'm done for tonight. It's 10:40 p.m. for me.
10:40. Go 20 minutes more. Make it even.
Oh, Luna Fox.
You really want me going for another 20 minutes?
A quest can take 20 minutes.
Oh my God.
Let me just quickly mute myself.
Hang on.
I'm heading out because I technically gotta go to bed and I actually got a lot of work to do still, so I gotta go.
Oh, would you look at that? I need to talk to the chief ecologist.
Very fair. Good night, Desi.
No,
not at all.
I'm gonna stick to my guns. I am not gonna be influenced by Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, who has like an entirely different sleep. No, don't cactar me! You can't harm me! I was right, okay?
No, bully the streamer. Bully the streamer.
Good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
We're gonna raid into someone is what we're gonna do, alright? Let's see. Are we all gonna raid into Code the Yoshi? Is that the plan? Or are we gonna... Ooh, Puffin's awake.
I recommend raiding Puffin because I believe it's not yet. I can't remember if their birthday is tomorrow or something, or very soon. I can't remember. But their special day's coming up.
Alrighty.
I think Dazzy just left, otherwise I would have said hi, Luna Fox. I'm sorry.
Alright, we're gonna go raid into Puffin, and the raid message is gonna be, is it your birthday yet? So, is it your
I'll take the other guys into my chat a little later on, because I'm gonna keep going as well. So if you guys want to keep joining me for hunting.
Fair enough. Alright. let me start the raid into Puffin's stream. If you would like to join with me on that one, this is our raid message. Otherwise, you're welcome to continue on with Code the Yoshi as they're going through more Monster Hunter. If I leave the session ID, does the session ID close or does it just move to someone else?
No, it stays. It'll move to somebody else.
Alrighty then. Alright, I'll save and get out of the game. For everyone else here, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Blue, Engrel, Code, Xerix, Dazzy, thank you everyone for coming along and playing the party game with me. I greatly appreciate it. I'll need to figure out what next month's party game is in April before Furdu. And I hope you all have a good afternoon, morning, evening, night, wherever you are, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye, Grant Stream.
Bye.
Bye.
But not to worry, everyone.